Well, it says I'm live. Am I live? Hell if I know. Let's find out. We'll say hello. Hi, everyone. Have a seat, please. Send her up. One person. Okay. Hey, Donna made it. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. You know. Well, okay. Since it's just me and you, Donna, let's kind of get started here. This isn't so much for my normal subscribers. Hello, Radar. In fact, I kind of wanted to talk tonight about what's occurring in the world. The virus, the Wuhan 400, the Chinese virus, whatever it is that you wish to call it, that shit. Kind of flatlining our economy. If nobody noticed today, Dow went under 2,000. The other day it was at 29,000. We're really taking a hit. Now, I was watching Stop the Pirates today. Actually, it's like A Texas Cash. I was watching his channel, and he said they shut Vegas down. Now, that's sad. Let me tell you something about Vegas, man. Everybody there has a job, and it was a booming economy. But when you shut Vegas down, that's big. I mean, that's really, really huge. Restaurants, bars, everything's being shut down. I heard the mail may shut down. Now they're sending this money out. I'm not positive to exactly who all's getting it. I assume everybody would be. I mean, for the most part. But I mean, when I heard him discussing it, they were saying like people with millions of dollars would not need it because they have spending money. But they're talking between $1,000 and $2,000. Now, where are we going to go spend that money at if everything's shut down? I want you to think about that. There just is no place. And anything that you would go buy would probably have to be from the stores the way they want it. Because if you give somebody else the cash, I mean, are they going to spend it? Maybe, maybe not. They might throw it in the bank. So now, this is what I used to cover on my old channel before the Delphi crime, before the murders occurred, was this right here. That shit may be hitting the fan, and this is for a reason. I mean, understand that people have it in their head, and what I would call rightfully in their head, that in this world there is, like, say, Democrats and Republicans in this nation, which is, to me, kind of hard to believe. I don't buy into that. I think that the Republicans and the Democrats have been one probably since about 1913, the Federal Reserve Act. So, again, this is me. Donald Trump, is he different? Is he? Is he really? Or is he just playing his part? Because I'm not seeing the big things occur. Okay, when he got inaugurated, he said, well, I'm putting the people back in charge, of this nation. And I'm like, okay, well, that's pretty bold. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see where he'd be saying that. But when he did, I thought, hey, man, there might be something to this. Well, it is an empty chair. I'm not in that chair. I'm sitting on my couch right now, as I didn't really want to go live, but I did want to discuss this with people. Hey, Kanga, have a seat. Have a seat, man. Just, sit down for a minute. This isn't about the Delphi murders. I'm letting everybody know. So if you came for any information on Delphi murders, this is not it. And I'm sorry. But right now, that's kind of the last thing that's on my mind. Now, I don't know that this is the end, and I am not saying that it's the end. But what I am saying is, let me see, Donald Trump had said this could last for a few months. Well, now they're saying 18 months. Is it going past summer? Is it going to be bad? I mean, look, they're initiating like this factory federal, to put them in overdrive. And it's like, for what, man? I mean, forced vaccines. People, do you know what forced vaccine means? That means that they can pump any poison they want into your body forcefully. They come at me with a needle. They got a fucking problem. I will not take it. Fuck forced vaccines. 1% dies? Okay, fair enough. You know what? There's diseases that kill more than 1%. I don't see people shutting the fucking economy down for that. So tonight is going to be a simple lesson on what may, repeat, may be going on. We live here in this country, and people, rightfully, and I'm not saying unrightfully, because a person is programmed to how it is that they're taught. If you teach a kid mathematics that's different than your own, you know what? That kid may think that 1 + 1 = 5. It's hard to say. We know what we see in the news. We know how we feel from what we watch on television. We believe and love the songs that we hear and grew up with and so forth. But hang on, my dog needs on the couch because I'm speaking. Yeah, I know. Have a seat, though. Have a sit, man, please. So anyway, here's how this rolls. We have always owed the international bankers. Those are the people that are under the PICs, the people in charge of this planet, the people that really own this planet, the people that make the news organizations that people believe in, like CNN. There's people out there, hey, I heard it on CNN, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, believe me, I do. They're all full of fucking shit. Every damn one of them. And the PICs, they went to Jekyll Island and they created the Federal Reserve Act. And they told our president, Woodrow Wilson, before he was president, look, we'll give you the money to get elected, but we need this Federal Reserve Act put into law. No problem. If I get elected, I'll put it into law for you. Thank you. And right before Christmas of 2013, he put it through Congress, got it enacted into law. And since 1913, we have been under the Federal Reserve, which is a central bank, which is communism. Now, Woodrow Wilson wrote in an apology that he was sorry for putting our country's hands into the hands of a few billionaires at that time. Today, they're trillionaires. Some of you may know their names. I'm not going to go that deep into it. I don't know all of their names, and I'm not claiming that I do, but I do know a few of them by name, not personally. But anyway, we are under the Federal Reserve, and since that time, they have owned our economy. They caused the early the market crash, and then that's when, and I forget what it is that they enacted at that time. But then they started pumping our economy full of money. All stocks were going up through the 20s. That's why it was the roaring 20s. Okay? Now, the Marx brothers put all of their money, all the money that they made, into the markets. And in fact, Groucho Marx said one time, I got like all my money in the market because it's just that big of a racket. Today, I made $3,000 on Coca-Cola. Now, when the economy crashed in 1929, that was huge because they basically said, there it is. All the billionaires pulled their money out of the market, watched it fall, then came right back in and bought up all the corporations in America for pennies on the dollar. Now, once that they owned this country and our corporations, once they had everything and they had our gold, well, that's when they came to President Roosevelt. And they said, look, man, we got all your gold. You guys are in default. You need to declare bankruptcy. We pretty much own you. Now, this is if I'm to believe history. And I'm not one that's big on history, aside of what is factual and knowledgeable. I think the rest is his story. It's just what the winners give us to believe in. But at that time, Roosevelt got all the governors together and said, this is the crisis that we're in. How are we going to deal with it? Because we're bankrupt and doesn't nobody have a dime. They got all of our gold. So what is it that we can place as collateral on this debt that we owe? They said, well, we can't do it via contract. We can't go to every one of our citizens of our states and get them to sign a contract for. But what we will do is each of us will pledge the work and the credit of our citizens. And that is what the collateral on the debt now is. It's our credit. It's your credit and my credit. That's what's paying on this. That's what was put as collateral on it. That's why we're born and we're given an all capitalized name. Because when you go to court, it's commercial. It's commercial court, commerce. They got to take on a corporation. And that's why your name's in all capital letters. Because when you're born, your name is correct. When you get that birth certificate, it's all capitalized. And it's got a social security number with it. That's how they can track the money that you make, the money that you spend, how much money they're going to make off of you over your lifetime. That's how. So now we owe over 22 trillion. I think after this week, you'll be somewhere in an area of 24 trillion. And people might be wondering, man, like, this panic buying is pissing you off? Yeah, I was just curious. As like I said, it's not for subscribers. If you want something on the Delphi murder, go to Gray's channel. Head over there. I don't care if only one person's watching me right now. I don't care. This is for them. It isn't for you if you're upset by it. Take off. It's not for subscribers. Said that off to go. If you're a subscriber and you don't want to hear what I'm saying, go elsewhere. You don't have to watch this. Allow me to carry on, please. So now I can go in a lot of areas from here, but that's when it all began, was 1933 under the New Deal. That's when they started, like, with the Social Security. That's when they started capitalizing our names. That's when they took us from common law and put us into maritime admiralty law with codes and statutes. That's why we have all these codes and statutes. We have more than anybody in the world. Per capita, we have more prisoners than any country in the world. And they tell us we're free. Well, guess what? We're not free. We're not even close to being free. The last thing that should be on a fucking American's mind is being free. Because it's shit. It's wrong. You was free under common law. You was free under natural law. People used to want to come to our country because they wanted to escape the tyranny that was their government. They wanted to be free. Today, people want in our country for the fucking handouts that you and I pay for. That's what we exchange freedom for. Fucking handouts. Here's some benefits. Here's some food stamps. Here's some housing. Hey, we'll make him pay or we'll throw him in prison. It don't make a fuck as long as we're making money off of your ass. That's how they operate. Well, when you get to $22 trillion and you got to pay interest on that, you know what? Shit gets thick. China's paying most of our interest. Russia's bought into our interest. Everybody owns a piece of this interest because they're trying to keep the world economy afloat, and we own the world reserve currency. Well, we used to be on the gold standard. If you look at the Constitution, you and I, our debts can only be paid by gold or silver. There it is. That is it. Now, if you look at a $100 bill or any bill in your pocket, you know what you're going to see? That it's a promissory note. It's a promise to pay. It's backed by nothing. Nada. It's not real money. In fact, in my lifetime, I have made zero money because nobody's ever handed me gold or silver for anything I did. I made Federal Reserve notes, probably same as you have. So they took that away. It was the gold seizure. 1933, look it up. Now, the HJR 192 at the same time, what it did, oh, thank you very much, Mark Wright. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do. You know what? I mean, I kind of question the epidemic at least a little bit, but I will get to that in just a moment, I promise, because it is leading that way. I'm just kind of catching everybody a little up to date on what it is I'm looking at and why. So HJR 192, because that they went in illegally, and understand all of this was illegal because everything had to be done by contract in America to a human citizen, because we was all free. At that time, we had the same laws against us as did the King of England. This is pre-1913. Shit started sliding out thereafter until they said, look, you're bankrupt. You got to fold. So Roosevelt may have done us a favor. Maybe. He kept our country standing anyway. But at the same time, what he did was almost as treasonous as what Woodrow Wilson did. But if you look at the highest denomination of American dollar, it's $100,000 bill. You know who's on it? Woodrow Wilson. Yeah, he's on there for a reason. The bankers, the PICs, they love that man. You know, he handed America over to them. That's what he's known for. Now, he wrote an apology about it, like I said, but believe me, if anybody's smoking a turd in hell, it's Wilson. So this brings us to today. Now, people believe what they hear, what they've been taught. They believe their history. They believe what's been told. If it's pushed in a person's ear enough times, guess what? They're going to believe it. You know, they will see it for how it's explained to them. Yeah, man, JFK, he was shot from behind and his head blew backwards. Man, it happens. Yeah, man, you can go shoot somebody in the head and their head will blow back toward you. Yeah, it happens every day. I think that only a fucking idiot would believe that. You know, I think anybody that looks at the Zapruder film and thinks that bullet came from behind is a fucking moron. They are complete simpleton that do not understand physics to any degree. They don't get it, man. Take a tin can outside and fucking shoot it. You know what direction it's going to go to? The direction you shoot from. Same as JFK said. And again, I'm telling you, those people that fucking killed him, they're in charge today and they rule the planet. All of them do. Well, it may be their sons or however you want to look at it, but the point is, they're still in charge. Now, if they can kill JFK and they own every political personality ever, every billionaire, is under them, I'll put it to you like that. Am I believing that Trump's the good guy? Or am I believing he's playing his part? Because he can say, well, I did what I promised. And you know what? He did. He built a wall, or he's building a wall. He did this, he did that. The Democrats are there playing their fucking ignorant role, looking stupid as shit all the time. They can't get the shit off their face. And after a minute, I'm like, yeah, they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. I mean, this isn't a handful of just morons out there. I mean, these are people in high offices, your representatives, the people you elected. Okay? They're not there for any stupid reason. They'll just look like a bunch of ignorant fools. And I don't think Trump is. Now, I did a video on my old channel where I was speaking specifically about Trump when he got office because I had seen this. Not this exactly. And I'm not trying to act like I have seen this scenario fixing to occur like it is happening now. And I'm not saying that this is the end, but I'm catching you up to speed on where I'm at slowly. So just hang with me for a moment. If you look at movies like Damien, Omen 2, The Final Chapter, you see a man that was, when he was born to an extremely rich family, like Trump. He was a billionaire, like Trump. He bought his way into the presidency, like Trump. He was the Antichrist. I can't say like Trump, but at the same time, because I'm not a believer in Christianity. But I do know that the PICs pick their people to play the parts. And of course, they use religion because people believe in religion. So they got to make specific things happen to keep people in that religion. Now, if you go to church, a Christian church, you'll notice one thing that they just never really talk about much is prophecy. The reason for that is the preacher don't want to sit up there and try to interpret prophecy. You know, I mean, if I was up there and I said, like, the beast came out of the ocean with one, like, it'd be like, holy shit, man, is it a dragon? What the hell is it? That's where most people would be when they read the Bible, because it seems very fanciful as to what they say in Revelations. Like, well, that's not going to occur. And if it did, we'd certainly fucking know about it. Well, that's where I tend to disagree, because I think that things are in that prophecy can be twisted to a different truth. Now, Trump's in office. And again, man, he's a Republican, because you got to have one to the other. I mean, you can't really go full on independent, like, oh, I'm an independent person and there it is. They'd say, yeah, we ain't got no party for that. Or, you're not going to get elected. You won't even make it on the ballot. So do I think it's going to, the virus is going to end? I don't even know that there's a virus. I don't see anybody sick. But again, man, I reiterate to the fact, man, that The media is in on this, man, and they always have been. Whether you know it or whether you want to agree to it or whether you'll accept it, however it is otherwise, they're fully in on it. Now, what's the media going to do when they come back out, man, talking about the virus? Well, guess what? Only a few people had it. Guess what's going to happen the next time they announce where the cases went up? Next time it's going to rocket upwards. I mean, it's going to be like, oh man, geez, so many people are sick in every state. It's spreading, man. It's worse than the flu. But nobody will really be sick. I'm not seeing sick people. I'm not seeing people dying right now. I'm not even hearing of cases. Look, man, I mean, they're saying like the critical rate in this country is like 1%, and that's the old people. Well, old people don't really have that good of an immune system. I mean, understand that, man. People with emphysema, man, chronic lung illnesses, where they got lowered immune system, those are the people that's dying. Now, it was different with the 1918 Spanish flu epidemic because that killed the people that were healthy because their body was trying to kick in the antibodies to stop it. And that's what was flooding their lungs. That's what would kill somebody in like one day. It's because their lungs would fill up and they would drown. When the nurses and doctors seen them turning blue, they knew they only had so many minutes to live. Now, this is different. This is attacking the old and the elderly. Now, if there really is a coronavirus out there that's killing the old and the elderly, don't do anything that could pass it to them, man. Look, handling money, going to a store, getting money. Look, everybody has touched that money in the last 9 days, man. I want you to think about that. 9 day life, man, on solid objects. Actually, maybe less than that on paper, but still, anybody in the last 3 days that had touched that bill, guess what, man? If they had it, you may contract it. Keep your hands clean. Wash them. Purell them. Hit them with some alcohol, Lysol, whatever it is you got to do, but make sure that you're free of anything. That's what I'm doing. I'm keeping myself free of anybody and everyone. I'm not going and visiting anyone. I told my brother the other night, I says, no, don't stop by. He says, even me? I said, yeah, even you. No offense. He goes, oh, then take it. Because I don't know what it is. I don't know what the coronavirus is, even if it's a virus. I don't know. Is it a bioweapon? If it is, and they're making a economic shutdown of the globe about it, there's something that they know that we don't. And I don't know what that is. I don't know any of that. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it is. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it's a biological weapon. I don't know if it's a hoax. I don't know if it's for a global economic reset. I don't know. Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah, Lysol your money, Lysol your hands. You know what? Lysol anything that you touch, just to be certain. Don't put yourself in a viral way. But again, man, when they shut down Las Vegas, you know what's going to happen when that money they hand out disappears? I'll tell you, people will riot. People in big cities are going to shit themselves. There won't be toilet paper. But worse than that, there won't be no reason to have toilet paper because there won't be the food to throw on your plate. Where are you going to go to get food? Where are you going to go get this food? Are you going to like a martial law truck to get a steak? That's what I'm looking at. I think it may get really, really, really bad. Now, when it comes to distractions, I think that this coronavirus is bigger than 9/11. I mean, 9/11, yeah, that was bad. I mean, when we're looking at it here in this country, that was bad. But when you go outside of this country, okay, the World Trade Centers got hit in America. Okay. So, I mean, don't affect me none. But for us, it had effect because they already had those wrote out, man. The Patriot Act, Homeland Security. Please, that shit was already put on paper long before those planes hit that building. That was the depths of that. They knew what was going on. The president knew what was going on. And if anybody thinks that Trump is there fighting those people, why ain't he bringing that out? Why isn't he arresting Hillary? Why isn't he doing this and doing that and doing the other thing? How's come he never got rid of all the codes and statutes? How's come he ain't ending the Fed? How's come he's not really doing anything for America, but playing his part? That's what he's doing. He's playing his fucking part. He's a good actor. He had his own fucking show. You guys know of it. The Apprentice. Woo whoopty woo woo woo. You're fired. So that's my problem here. You know what, Mark Ray? I don't really know. Look, man, Trump said, look, it could be a few months before we make it through this. Now, today they're talking 18 months. That's like a year and a half. Well, why would it be a year and a half? You see where I'm at? I don't know when it will end. In fact, man, for what I know, man, I could wake up tomorrow and they could say, hey, the cases dropped, man, and the economy could boom, which would be fantastic. And that is what I would want. And I'm not here selling doom and gloom. But what I'm saying is we need to sit down and look at this in a real way. This was meant to occur. Now, I was in jail. God, let me think of how long ago that was. I guess that was probably about 4 years ago. I was in Howard County. Actually, what they did is they picked me up on a PI warrant that was like 12 years before that. So it was about 15 years ago, I guess, when I had that relapse. But anyway, they picked me up and I was in there with this guy. He was in there for meth, man. I think it was the second or third time. And I was telling him, man, I'm like, well, look, man, I'm not in favor of these laws against drugs. I mean, I don't think that people should be making them exactly. I mean, that wasn't my purpose behind it. But a free person living in a free country has a right to put in their body as they please. And they have the right to deny anything that they want into their body in the same like way. So, anyway, and I was explaining to him what I'm explaining to you. And he's like, yeah, but you know what? You guys have always said the Fed would end. You guys have always said the economy would fail. Well, it's never failed. I says, well, man, take it as you like, man. I don't really care how you think about it, man. It ain't my life, man, to change your mind here. But I do feel that there might be people out there that want to hear what I got to say on this. Well, the Fed, and this may be the second round of 1933, from my understanding. Now, if Trump is real, if he's really, really real, like on our side real, then he'll end the Fed over this. He'll just say, hey, Fed, guess what, man? Your term's up, man. It ended in 2013. That was your 100 years. Bye-bye. We ain't paying you dick. You've taken enough. Kiss our ass. Initiate freedom back to common law. Guess what? We go back on the gold standard. It's a great time in America. We'd suffer a little bit of hardship through it, but guess what? Somebody's got to pay the price. And they knew that in 1913. Well, guess what? We may be those people, but we may not. We don't know. Me and Wolf don't know. And we're not sitting here trying to pretend like we do know. But let's just say that there is reason for that. Because as I've always claimed over my lifetime, when you see something really big on the media, when they pull something up really big and they make everybody's got to look and see it, it's a distraction. Well, what are they distracting us from? Think about that. What are they distracting us from? What could it be? Because whatever it is, it's got to be really, really big, really huge. So, hang on. I got to get a drink of soda. So, what's happening? I mean, let's say the economy goes crunch and there are no jobs. And there it is. Well, what's the end game? Because if our economy, being the world reserve currency of the world, if it collapses under fiat, all fiat currencies, which is like every country in the world, is on a fiat dollar. I mean, it doesn't matter where you go. It's not that their money is backed by gold. In fact, they stop that shit. If a country tries to go into the gold market, just like Libya, they'll go in and kill you. They're like, yeah, you ain't playing that game. So if our economy goes crash, all the world goes crash. And when the entire world goes into a depression, take a guess on how many will die. If you're thinking millions, you're wrong, because it would be billions. Billions of people would fucking die. Now, my grandfather that raised me, him and my grandmother were both born in 1919. They were both 10 years old when the Great Depression occurred. They had to live their teens through the Great Depression. Imagine living in your teenage years during the Great Depression when the big song on the, well, people didn't have a radio. I don't think most people had electric for that matter. But it was like, brother, can you spare a dime? Because nobody had a dime. They said, yeah, things were cheap at this store, but nobody had money to buy them, man. I was talking to my grandfather on my dad's side, man, and he was living down in Tennessee. He had a little bit better because they had a garden, they had the property. He had a job. It didn't really pay much of anything, but it did help supply. It was the money that he got from that. It helped get him through. Now, up here, my grandparents on my mom's side wasn't his age. They were actually a little younger than him. And like I said, they were 10 when the Great Depression happened. But that's what I heard about when I was growing up. He was my father. I understand that. So when I got in the vehicle with him, I knew that it would always be somewhere through it that he was going to be talking about when he was my age. We didn't have this when I was your age. And if we did, we was damn happy about it. Well, I wouldn't be unappreciative of anything that I ever got. But I certainly understood that the banks could crash again, but I didn't understand the real dynamic of how or why. I didn't know anything about the Federal Reserve, nor did he, do I believe. I could be wrong on that, but, well, in fact, I'm pretty sure he didn't, because at that time in the 1970s and 80s, I mean, he was a Democrat because he said they're for the people. But I think that was everybody's misunderstanding, that the Democrats were for the people. They're not. Actually, today they're slave masters. That is their hope, man, to get full control, hand out benefits. That's what socialism's about. That's why they say free. That's why they say free college. Look, everybody can go for free. Well, it ain't fucking free when we all got to pay for it. It's like saying, well, you guys would owe this, but what we're going to do is make everybody pay for it. Then when you get out of college and you're a really good burger flipper and you go to McDonald's to use your college education, you're going to find out that everybody and their brother is applying for that job with that degree. That's what free college is. Back when a college degree was worth something, you had to work your way through college. You had to pay for that college. Today, people get student loans. They graduate from college and go, well, yeah, but I got to pay student loans. It's like, get a fucking job. Get a fucking job and pay that shit. It's a fucking loan, man. It's a bank loan. You signed on, fucking pay. Don't be a bitch and go, well, I can't fucking pay it. Well, you went to fucking college easy enough, didn't you? Or maybe you dropped out. I don't fucking know. So anyway, there isn't anything free. Anything that they're going to hand out that's free, there's always those strings attached. Like, no, well, it's not really free. You all got to pay for it. It's just that everybody's paying for it. That's why when you get out, and they'll have the minimum wage at like $50 by then, and people will still need like 2 jobs, even with a college degree, just to pay the fucking rent. Because that's what socialism is. When they will pay you for not working, and then when you actually go to work with this college degree, once you see what you're making, you're like, well, fuck that. Hell, I'd rather be like Harry Job Jim Bob over there and not be working and not to be doing anything than sitting here with the college degree that I'm only getting paid this for. Everybody drops out of work, and then the taxes are higher and higher and higher. That's why fucking socialism always fails. Capitalism was good. After 1913, and especially after 1933 with HJR 192 under Roosevelt, that's when we became a democratic socialist state. We are a democracy. Now, we are a republic. That's what we started as. That's why it's and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, because we was a republic. In a republic, those command the like Constitution. That is what they got to live under. That is what they got to protect. In this country, look, man, you don't have constitutional rights. Nobody's got constitutional rights. If a lawyer or a judge or anybody says anything about your constitutional rights, they're fucking lying, because there are no rights in the Constitution. The Constitution was from we the people, being the sovereign in that sentence. We the people. And that's what we gave our government, was that contract. That's why they got to take an oath to the Constitution. But the Constitution only has the government to protect your human rights. Now, if it doesn't state in there, I mean, aside of the fact, but I mean, anybody knowing the facts that would say that any sovereign person has human rights. If you think you've got constitution rights or civil rights, well, good for you. You know, you're a really good slave to them and they love you really much because you play along with the game. You spend your promissory notes and play along. You know, you're the person that they want watching the news. They know you'll believe it. They know that you're going to buy what they say. You'll line up for forced vaccinations because you don't know better. And that's the person I'm talking to, is that person. Listen to what the fuck I'm saying to you, because this may change your life. Now, I'm not advising to go look into videos on this because believe me, when I tell you that there's a lot of videos out there that spread a lot of shit, I'm not lying. I'm not lying at all. I have seen videos where people will sit there and stretch this shit into just literal crap. I mean, you know, just conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory. And if you think I'm spouting conspiracy, you could not be more wrong. Everything that I am saying is absolutely true. You can Google it. Go ahead, Google up anything I said if you believe me to be lying. If you think that I'm just pulling a fast one here, or I don't know what I'm talking about, or I'm wearing a tinfoil, wait a minute, I better take off the tinfoil hat. Okay, I'm not wearing a tinfoil hat. CNN, Corona News Network. Oh, fucking yeah, that's cool, dude. Hang on. Just type that in for you. So, anyways, Corona. Is it real? Are people dying? Until I see somebody and or hear that somebody close to me has got it and is really sick and they're confirmed with Corona and they're on a lung machine and this and that. You know what? We'll see. But as of right now, I'm not seeing it. Now, if this spreads in 9 days and it is 9 times more contagious than the flu, then it seems like everybody, just from passing money, from touching items that other people had touched at the store, from being around others, it seems like most people would have it right now. Well, I'm not seeing that. But again, when the network shows it, when you watch the news, next time they show it, I'd lay money to the fact that it went up dramatically because that's what they're telling you it will do. Well, they're not going to make themselves look stupid unless they're playing their role, unless they're playing their part. Now, the media is not going to go out and look like they're just total idiots. And the president isn't going to go out and make a total idiot of himself. I mean, like, look, man, look at Obama when he was president. What was the media saying? Greatest president ever, man. God, man, great, because we got Obama. Holy shit, man. Thank God we got Obama. When I'm sitting here going like, man, people are fucking idiots for believing this shit. They have no idea what the fuck's really going on. They have no idea what the Constitution states. People live in a dream world of if it's on the news, it's the reality. There it is. That's not the case. You know what? I worked in Vegas, man. Actually, for like about 3 years, I worked in Vegas. It's a big town. It's all casino. Everything there is tip. I mean, I swear it to you, man. You want to make money? Go to a casino and open the door for people when they come in. You know, people will hand you a 10 for doing that. You know, and it was a big boom city. It's in the desert. Now, again, I was watching a Texas Cash earlier today because yesterday he was saying that he wanted to head to Vegas. And after stopping to Vegas, if it continued on with this corona, he was going to head out into the deserts of Utah for a couple weeks. Today, he's like, well, he goes, apparently I'm not going to Vegas. He goes, because probably about as soon as I get there, they'd start the lockdown. Now, that may be next. Look, man, they dropped the interest rates, the Federal Reserve did, from 1.25 down to 0.25. That was supposed to cause an economic, rise in the markets. Next day, they dropped 3,000 points, the biggest drop in United States history, bigger than anything that ever happened during the Great Depression, the bank crash at that time. Of course, the markets were a lot smaller at that time, mind you, but still, we lost like 13% of our economy that day. Today, it went down over 1,000 points. So I'm not seeing how this is going to end well. If they send out $2,000 to everybody, what's it going to do to it for anybody? I mean, you got $2,000 that you got to go out and spend. Well, fuck, man. I mean, at that time, they're going to make it seem like the Great Plague's up everybody's ass. Like it's instant death when you get it. I don't think it is, man. I think that this right here, from what I've heard anyway. Now, mind you, it's from what I heard, and this was on the news, so take it like that. And I'm not stating that this is the reality of what's going on, but most people that had it and made it through it, and I think that that's literally like everybody. Again, I think it's like only the old people where they can say he died of corona. Well, yeah, but his lungs were collapsing and he had pneumonia, man, like 3 weeks ago. It's just like, I mean, a cold would have killed the guy. So I'm not scared of the virus exactly. But what I am afraid of is what's happening on account of the scare that's being created by the media, by everything. Because if it's one thing that's going to make end times happen, it's going to be the financial loss of the American dollar, because that right there is going to cause it. When the American dollar goes down being the world reserve currencies, all other fiat currencies will crumble to the ground. The central bank will just pull all money off the earth and everything will be gone. I asked my grandfather one time, I said, well, how come people weren't out hunting rabbits back then? He said, buddy, if you seen a rabbit in Kokomo back then, he goes, there was probably going to be 10 men with a stick running behind it. He said, there wasn't anything you could just go out and get like that easy, Well, the same applies, because when you look at the population right now in America and there is no money, what are people going to do? What are people going to do for food? What are they going to do for medications? What are they going to do? People don't know how. They took our property rights. We have to pay. If we can't pay the taxes, whoop, your property's gone. You can't do this, property's gone. Can't pay the mortgage, property's gone. The property already owns to the United States. You don't own it. Even if you own the deed, look at the deed. You're a fucking tenant. You know why? Because you got to pay the government to live there. If you don't pay them their tax money, they just take it from you. They say, have a good day. Oh, and here's the FEMA camp, man. Step over here. We got food and medication for everybody. And if you don't turn yourself in, guess what? You'll be seen as an armed combatant. That's the way they play it. Either A, you turn yourself in and get numbered, or B, you're an armed combatant and we'll kill you on sight. How do you want to play it? That's how they create martial law. That's how they end humanity. That's how they get rid of the masses that they built. That's exactly how. So, tomorrow is a big day. Tomorrow's Thursday. Now, tomorrow I'm going to get up and look at the markets. I'm probably going to get up a little early so I can check them immediately. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go check the pre-market forecast right now, and let me see what it's looking like. Because if it's red, that could be really, really bad. Oh, no, it is not red. Actually, it's plus 460. Now, that could be because of the emergency factory woo dingy that President Trump announced today. Unknown. But again, here's the thing. Yeah, New World Order. Well, you know what? New World Order, yeah. Military industrial complex, yeah. Globalism, yeah. I think they're all one and the same. And if you ask people like, well, who operates that? Well, it's the Illuminati. Everybody says the Illuminati does. The Illuminati. Look, man, the Illuminati is different, I think, than what people believe it to be. Like, they think that all rich people are Illuminati. Well, it's not really the case. The Illuminati are the ones who are illuminated. They're like your stars, the singers, the celebrities, the ones who fully back Democrats. Those are your Illuminati. They're illuminated by the PICs. That's why music died. That's why they create music. That's why they give them what to say. Here, man, talk about Satanism. Talk about this. Talk about like doing somebody up the butt or something. Make it as vile and, bad as possible, but, make it so we can put it in a song. And that's what they sing because they're the face. They're the people, like when you want to see interviews, you will see, well, how did they really live? You know what? If you knew how those people really lived, it would turn your stomach. They live a very, very wretched life. Yeah, but you know what? I mean, Madonna, and believe me, man, Madonna's got my heart. I mean, my God, at the halftime show, wow, God, that was just so sexy. Mm. But anyway, that aside, you know what, man? Like evil women just have my heart for some reason. I don't know why. you know, I don't know why that is. It's like Linda Blair. Not saying like she's evil, but she probably is. She's was definitely a celebrity. And you know what's weird about that is because growing up, man, when I was like 16, man, I was like watching The Exorcist, man. I watched Exorcist too, and I'm like, my God, man, Linda Blair is the hottest woman like in the history of mankind. In that movie, she was to me. And through that time, she was seeing, I think her first boyfriend was Rick Springfield. Now, I was talking to my friend who lives right down the street from here. Man, my oldest friend on earth, man. Known him since we was in third grade. And he was telling me about this movie where he had watched. Maybe some of you know what movie it was, if it was a movie and it wasn't a show, where Rick Springfield played the devil. And I looked at him, I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. I'm like, Rick Springfield played the devil. He's like, yeah, in this show or whatever. And I'm like, that's weird as shit. And he's like, why? I said, because he was seeing Linda Blair back in the 70s. That was her first boyfriend. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah, man, look it up. You know? I thought that's very peculiar that they would pick him of all people on earth to play Satan. Just very odd. But again, that's the mind web that they weave. And people see it as entertainment, like in the movies. I think a lot of it is pre-wrote and put out there because this is the end goal. And speaking of end goal, and again, this isn't to spread fear because that's not my purpose here. I just want people to see it the way I do. Because believe me, when I look into things, and I've had a very hard time last few years without making videos upon these subjects, because this was the whole purpose of my old channel. This is what I would sit and discuss. When something would happen in the news, I'd say it's for this reason that they're doing that, and here's why. Because people watch the news and go, no, that ain't it at all, man. Didn't you just watch, man? I mean, like I was, and I'm going like, yeah, talking points. I get it. I know what it is they say. I'm just telling you what the reality is. So I'm in hope here that things will go well. Maybe it was a big distraction. Maybe they wanted more promissory notes. I don't know. Maybe it's a way to milk the economy a little bit further. It's hard to say. Maybe it's to keep us jailed in our houses away from one another. Maybe it's a distraction. Maybe the virus is a hoax. But have you ever seen an end time doomsday movie that involved a virus where the virus didn't cause you to be dead or zombied? I don't. And to blame it on a virus that may be a bioweapon for what I know. I don't know that it's real, but let's say it is real. Let's say it's a bioweapon. Well, why would they make a bioweapon that would only kill 1%? Like the old people with type A blood that have lowered immune systems. It's like, my God, man, the flu will do that. The flu will do that. I mean, like, don't you have a better bioweapon you could release? Like, I don't know, dropping smallpox in our water or some shit, or some new age disease like the Spanish flu, but, combined with some other one so that like everybody gets it and it wipes out like, 3/4 of the world population. That would be a fucking bioweapon. That's the shit they'd like to see, is us burying each other. I think that's the shit that gets them off, man. The PICs. They're really evil. And I've known this forever, man. I really have. I mean, I say forever. It hadn't been forever. And believe me, when I was finding out about it and looking into it, it was like the further I got into it, the more questions I had. The more questions I had, the more questions I got answered. But then it became a rabbit hole of never-ending questions. And it's like, well, where does it begin and where does it end? It's that deep. Look, man, you guys that are watching this, you're on the web. You see where I'm at? On the net. Well, they call it a web and a net for a reason. Windows, because they can see into your life. That's why it's like that. The cell phone, if you have a cell phone, it's a bugging device. They know your likes, your dislikes, your GPS, where you go, who your friends are, what you do. They know how you think. Their computer, and I made a video on my old channel speaking just specifically about the computer. What they give to us, and I'll put it to you in a way that may sound a little difficult to believe, but it's very true. And if you want to go see somebody that's really knowledgeable on this, go to YouTube and look up Jordan Maxwell, because Jordan Maxwell, he understands this. He understands it at a very high degree. And when I watch him speak, I'm in awe of what it is that he knows. The guy is over the top in his knowledge of how things operate and why. So, I mean, if you have like any questions, man, go look up Jordan Maxwell on YouTube. In fact, I'll spell that out for you, because if you're still here, oh shit, what did I do? Oh no. Yeah, like that. Jordan Maxwell. Go look him up, man. Yeah, you could put in UCC religion, or just put in Jordan Maxwell speaking. Listen to what it is he's got to say, because that's a guy that really knows a lot on this. And I say that for this reason. Me, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you carry a cell phone with you to be charged later, they know exactly where you are. If you're going to hide, go in the ground. Man, build you a bunker, man. Make it deep and throw some food, water, and everything, and get the fuck in there and don't come out. Don't come out, because people are going to die and people will be looking for a place to be away. I mean, like here in Indiana, man, every patchwoods would be filled up, man. Believe me, it will get to that. You'll run into people in the woods, man, just trying to get the fuck away from society. Now, think about this, because I live in north central Indiana. From here, people in Indianapolis, people from Chicago, those people are going to be getting the hell out of Dodge. They're going to be getting out of that big city real quick, man. I mean, when it starts coming time where they're going to be locking cities down, people are going to be hitting the road. And it's just going to be bad, real bad. In fact, I'm going to say, if things maintain the way that they are right now, in a week's time, we won't have an economy. Our economy will have melted to a point where it's martial law, where they got us on lockdown. You can't leave. You can't go to work. You can't go to the store. Well, what are we going to do? I can't pay rent. We don't know what you're going to do, but we got a camp over here, for you, because that's how it will be. Believe me, I'm not going to no camp, and I'm not going to take no needle in my arm. That's my arm. Anybody sticking a needle in it, man, they better do it forcefully. They better bring an army, because I am not accepting. But anyways, let me get back to the point I was making. The PICs, and right now, when I talk about the PICs, man, I'm talking about like the Rothschilds. And I forget what somebody could help me out here with his first name. But he's the one that stated, if I own the finances of a country, I care not who makes the laws. What that means is, if I own the country, I don't care what the laws are. He's immune to them. He's the one that actually tells the person to create the laws. That's why we're under maritime admiralty and all these codes and statutes. It's not the same as what we was under. We was under common law. Common law means this: if you are free, you are free to go pursue your life, live it in happiness, and you go do that, but you don't step on another person's right to go live their life in the same way. You can't go hurt another person purposely. You can't go hurt another person's property purposely, nor can you go steal that person's property. Aside of that, you can break no law. There wasn't any laws back in the day. Not like we have now, but again, people are programmed that these laws are good. Those laws are what keep us safe, man. You got to know that. Otherwise, everybody be speeding and everybody would die. Don't you understand that? No, I don't understand that. If I own a car and I pay for that highway and I want to go speeding down that highway to get somewhere quickly, get the hell out of my way. I'm going to treat it like it's a fucking Autobahn. I don't give a fuck. Unless I hit somebody. If I hit somebody and it's my fault, okay. Crime occurred, accidental. That's why they're called accidents, because it wasn't purposely done. I didn't purposely go out there to hit a person or their property. But if I did do that, I would have to pay. That's the order of the law. But to stop me and make me pay because I was going 5 miles over the speed limit, excuse me, public servant, where in the fuck do you get off? And it better be in your own bed. Because that's what we're under. And people take that as good when in fact it's not good. It's very, very bad. It's like living under communism going, yeah, but it's fair because everybody lives in a hut and eats the same. Don't you see how fair it is? There isn't these rich people and lesser people. We're all the same. We're all in the same fucking hole. That's how fair it is. That's why we want socialism. Don't you see we'll have bread lines, man, where we get free food. We can just go pick up our bread. We got free housing where everybody lives in a hut. Don't you see the fairness in that? It's like talking to idiots out there, man. Try it sometime. Yeah, you know what? Where Corona started, it depends. It depends. Like I was talking about earlier with the news. Look, if I was to believe the news, right, I would say China. But if I wasn't to believe the news, I could say, well, we made it in America. And of course, they shipped it to China to be tested on the people before purposely bringing it into America, provided it's real. Do I believe it's real? Not really. Again, I'm not seeing the cases of it. Could it be real? Yes, it could. Could it be worse than what they say it is? Yeah. You know, those are unanswered questions because I don't know. And I'm not going to claim to know. You know, I'm not going to claim to know something that I don't know. But as of right now, it could be a distraction. And I think that the way that it's playing with the American economy, look, I'm not seeing all these other countries folding their economy. I'm not seeing like other countries' economy just crunch because of it. That's just here in this country. Why would it happen to the country with the world reserve currency? Why like that? Well, there's a reason. There's a big reason for that. Why are we getting antibiotics from China? Probably because China makes the antibiotics, man. That was a big part of NAFTA. It was like saying, okay, corporations, you can go anywhere and get anybody to do your work. You don't have to have Americans and paying them a big wage. Hell, you can go to China, man, and hand them a bag of rice a week. Yeah, they'll work for that. They really will. They'll make garbage, man. They'll get the cheapest ass shit and just make it, though. You'll see. And that's what happened, man. That's why everything's made in China. Man, look, I go back, and I'm going back now. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but it was, man. But I'm going back to 92. Because in 92, I voted for H. Ross Perot. That was the last time I voted, I do believe. And I voted for him because he was that man that was kind of like what we believe Trump to be. He was that billionaire, you know, that could get us out of the hole that we was in. And he had a plan. And he was saying, and I'm quoting him, don't let them enact NAFTA into law, because if you do, the next thing you'll hear is a giant sucking sound of all your jobs going to other countries. Well, nobody took him seriously. In fact, they voted Clinton into office. Well done, you fuckers. Well done for putting Clinton in there. Way to go. You know, but I mean, I seen the disaster at that time occurring at some time down the road. In fact, at that time, I would have thought it would have happened probably, let me see. You know what? Actually, I would have put that in the early 2000s. No, excuse me. I would have put that at probably at about like about 2010, probably about 10 years ago. I would have thought we would have started seeing it. But actually, looking back at it, 10 years ago, we were starting to see it, because that was 2 years after the housing crisis. And that was a mad disaster. I mean, you know, that was a bad time. But we made it through that time. But you see, that time they didn't have a virus. They didn't have that invisible scare tactic. Because right now they're making it sound like, well, you could have corona and not show symptoms and still have it and pass it to everybody. Yeah, man, that sounds like virus AIDS, doesn't it? Like you could have it and not even know and still just be passing it around. Yeah, great. And you know what? 1% of everybody can die from that. Isn't that crazy? It's like going out and committing mass murder. And again, that's how they will treat people that do not go into the camps. You will be armed combatants. That's how you'll be seen, is you got this virus and you're spreading it. We'll kill you on sight and burn your body. Yeah, that does sound like fear. I mean, yeah, I get it, man. I understand that. But I'm not trying to spread fear. Again, man, I'm just trying to give more logical point of view of this. That the PICs own this world. They don't give it up. In fact, they would destroy the entire world and themselves rather than give it back over to another person. That's how much possessed they are by their own control. Hang on, man. I gotta grab a soda. What would you sit up here and talk for a minute? Just, I don't know. Make stuff up. Just bark. Just make growling noises. Yeah, you know what? If I didn't ask you to do it, you sure would have. Yeah, puppies. You can count on them for the most part. Not all the time, though. So anyway, there we are. Here we are. And let me go pull up today's meltdown. And again, you know what? It looks good for tomorrow. And maybe, just maybe, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there that it's possible that here it is, the Dow. Now, this is today's. Bam. This is today's right here. It was down 1,338 points. Now, I've never seen the markets in this kind of where they're this variable, where they can go down 3,000 points, go up to 2,000 points, down 1,300 points, up so many points. It's just so varied. But the thing here is that you got the invisible scare, the Wuhan, you know, the virus. And that's the invisible point. I got to add that. My bad. That's the one, man. That's the invisible scare, is the virus. Well, do you have it? Would you know you had it? Well, they're saying you wouldn't know. And even if you did have it, you could still be contagious for like ever. You know, that's how they're making this sound. Now, again, man, when I was watching Jeff earlier, man, he was talking about it. And he's like 20-some people have died from it in his state. He's like, more people than that die from the flu. Why are they making such a global disaster of this? What's the reason? Well, he's kind of like in the same way I am. I mean, I'm pretty antisocial. I don't go out. I don't go visit people. But at the same time, he does what I do. The information that he has, he wants others to know it. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. You know what? I'm going to highlight that there because, and again, that's what we're supposed to believe. Republican versus Democrat. That's the shit that they hand us right there. That the Democrats are doing this to take our guns away. Well, yeah, and you know what? Normally speaking, and this is how I believe that Trump is playing his part. Don't take away your Second Amendment. Well, look, our Second Amendment's already gone, man. I need fucking register that. I need your certificate to fucking carry. I need this. I need that. Now, in the Second Amendment, it says I have a right to keep and bear arms. I mean, back in the day, man, if you got convicted of armed robbery and you got out of fucking jail on that one day, they gave you your gun. They didn't say, oh, you can't have that. You could go commit armed robbery again. Well, you know what an armed robber would do if he wanted a gun? He'd go fucking steal it. He'd go down the road, man, and buy it from some guy. Hey, man, you got stolen guns? Yeah, okay, I'll buy one for this much. Here you go. Because they don't give a fuck how they get guns. That's why they're outlaws. You and me, we need guns to protect themselves from that. The biggest thing to the Second Amendment is this. is to stop a tyrannical government from taking over. When they take away your right to keep and bear arms, that means you are fucking defenseless. How are you going to protect yourself against them now? You won't. Why do the Democrats want guns gone? I'll tell you why. Because they're going to be your fucking masters if you vote them back into office. Well, I can say the same thing with Republicans. It's not like there's a difference. It's different sides of the same coin. You got the left wing, you got the right wing. They both belong to the same globalist bird, both of them. They're both in the same game. That's why they'll go bipartisan in a minute to really fuck you. If they're going to throw one up your ass, they're going bipartisan like a motherfucker. Believe me, they don't give a shit. And they don't care what you think about it. Their people, their friends, the ones that they hang out with, they already did what they need to do long and long ago. That money that they're getting out of us, you know what that's doing? That's buying their precious metals, man. They're central bankers. They own the wealth of the world. They own everything. Really? They own your house. They own the people that make your food. They own every fucking thing. We don't. You know what? Maybe many of you have watched George Carlin. I like George Carlin. I think that in a lot of ways, especially in his later years anyway, him and I thought a lot alike. You know, they're in a big club. We're not in it. They own everything. You and I don't. Be happy with what you got. It's not going to get any better. You know, don't hope for stuff that can never happen because they're not going to allow it to happen. You know, he said next they're going after your social security number to pay for what they, you know, because that's how they go. They're not going to be happy until they got every dime. When they have every dime, guess what? They don't need us. This is their planet. They don't need you and me. They're going to get rid of us. This virus, this could be the great culling. This could be the invisible scare. You might have the invisible scare. You might have the Wuhan. We got to kill you on sight. You could spread it. You could kill billions. Are you crazy? You got to turn yourself in and to martial law. Holy fuck. My God, he wants to kill people by not forcibly taking a vaccine. Look, man, if they're going to give me that vaccine, they better be ready to shove it up my backside because my ass is going down fighting if they come at me with a fucking needle. Said, you're not going to inject me with that shit. You know, Trump's up there. Well, yeah, we're going at a historic rate. As far as vaccines, it's historic. It's never been made like this quick. Never, ever, man. No, this is the fastest, man. The Chinese virus.
Why do you insist on calling it the Chinese virus? Don't you think that's racist?
Yeah, of course I do, you Democrat fuck. God, man. It's the ignorance of people that believe it. That bothers me. That fucking bothers me. It's like, wake up, man. Turn the fucking TV off. Maybe sit down and learn a little something. Read a fucking book here or there. God, man, young people, they don't even read, man. They don't. Oh, I can read. I just don't like to. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't read then. For the love of God, please stay away from that. God, I'd hate to think what would happen if you learned something. The world might be in trouble. So anyways, you know what? And I realize that this is kind of sudden, me just popping up live tonight. But I mean, I did just kind of want to get this out. This isn't the basic videos that I make. I mean, this isn't even on the topic that this channel's for, honestly. But I wanted people to know what is happening. Now, there are different segments of people that are under, and I want to explain under the PICs. You know, there is the Illuminati, but the Illuminati are the ones that are illuminated. You know, they're the ones that are brightened. They're the ones that we want to believe in. They're the ones that we want to be like, you know. It's like when you're growing up and you want to be a rock star. Well, I want to be a rock star like he is. He probably lives a great life. And you don't know what that fucker has to do. Let me take you back in time. I think I was 16 at the time. Yeah, I think I was 16. Ozzy Osbourne, he came out with Blizzard of Oz, his first solo album. Then he came out with Diary of a Madman. After he came out with Diary of a Madman and Randy Rhoads died in a plane accident, does anybody remember the whole thing where he bit the head off of a bat? You remember that shit? He like, oh, I thought it was just a toy, and we was in concert, and I picked it up, and, you know, I bit the head off. And, you know what? Did anybody ever see any fucking video evidence of that? Or maybe maybe back in 1982, or they just didn't have cameras. You can find any other concert, but you can't find the one where he bit the head off of a bat. I want to point that out. Then he shaved his head. Remember that? Remember when he shaved his head after he got the big tattoo and shit? That head shaving is something that is it's a cult. I can point to a lot of people. A lot of them. What was her name? Miley Cyrus, Britney Spears, Ozzy Osbourne. I can name the people that once they hit that point, they had to have their head shaved, and I think that that's part of like an occult ceremony. Um, and no different than where a monk, would have their head shaved. It's the same thing, but I believe it to be more to a dark side. Oh, you know what? Hey, I had a friend, Walt Thurber, man. I mean, he got to see him with Randy, but here was the thing: he didn't really know about Randy when he went and seen Ozzy. And he goes like, man, he goes, I wish I knew then what I knew now, but he did get to see him with Randy way back in the day. I never got to see Randy, and I did get to see Quiet Riot with the original, but it was what's his name, Carlos. Was their guitarist rather than Randy. But it was other than that, it was all original with God, man, what man, I'm trying to think of the bass, but because he was Ozzy Osbourne's bassist too on the first two albums. What was his name? Hang on, it'll hit me in a second. What really a great bass guitar player though. My brother had a bass guitar of his, not that was from him, but it was one of his models, and had him sign it when we went down and seen him. We went and seen him at the 8 Second Saloon down in Indy. Actually, Dio played the following month. We didn't get to go see Dio, but I did see Dio over in Germany, Monsters of Rock 1984 in Karlsruhe, Germany. Awesome concert. But I sidestep what it is I'm talking about. Yes, exactly. Hang on, somebody's calling. Yo.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not interrupting you or anything, am I? I'm not sure if you have a show or what, but
Oh yeah. Actually, I am in a show right now.
You are in a show. See, I
Yes.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Are you on live with me on the phone?
Yes, right now I am, and I apologize for not stating.
God, don't say my name.
I'm not. Did I say your name, Ann?
No, you're the only one that knows it.
Okay. Well, I hope that somebody else knows it aside of me, though.
Well, I'm sure they do, but okay. Well, just call me back when you get a chance.
Okay, I'll call you back in a few.
Okay.
Bye. Okay. Sorry. Yes, exactly. Rudy Sarzo. He had the Sarzo Slammer. That was the name of the bass that he got signed. And so where was I at with that? There's a lot of sects that are under the PICs, but the PICs, people would think like they're Satanists. Well, they are definitely into a darkness. I'll put it to you like that. But I don't think that I think that they see things in a reality of the reality. They don't pass along the garbage that they pass along to us. They know what is garbage, what is not. They know that there isn't this great creator that dumped the head of evil, Satan, down on this planet of all places in an endless universe. And this is where he's like prince of the earth and that he can just cause us to do. Yeah, fucking bullshit. Look, man, a person is born with genetics and their environment create their attitude thereafter. That is how fucking personalities happen. Devil doesn't make anybody do a damn thing. What the hell? Man, I see. I was wondering how my soda was overflowing the can when I just pulled it out of the fridge. It wasn't. It was just tilted. So anyway, I don't think that they're into that, but the people under them, like the Illuminati, to those people, they sell darkness. You see, those are the ones that they put into the occult Satanism and actually get them to believe that. Because you can. You can look, man, I could raise a kid and have that kid believe that boulders made everything in the endless universe. All you got to do is tell somebody enough fucking times, they'll believe it. If you're raised under this programming, you're going to believe it. If it's your culture to believe it, you'll believe it. You know, we look at the religion of other worlds and go, God, those people are stupid. Well, they think the same thing from us. They think the identical of us, man. My God, why don't they believe in what we believe in, man? Are they stupid? You know, some shit like that. Yeah, you know what? I don't really buy into that though, Keith. I really don't. Um, and I can say that for multiple reasons. He put a lot of dark stuff in his music, even subliminally. You can hear it in his works. Dio was definitely to that side of things, just like Richie Blackmore, Rainbow. When you look at like all of the Illuminati people like that, all of them that ever really stood out, all of them had to go through that. It didn't matter what it was that they were singing, if it was down home country or if it was like death metal, you know, metal. You know, all of them had to go through the same occult rituals. That's why I'm saying, you know, you can't point at anybody that was really famous, really, really, really famous, that did not have to go through that. They had to go through those occults. They had to go to those churches. They had to witness human sacrifice. They even may have been the person that had to kill the human sacrifice. That's the allegiance that they got to show. And that's why if you ever see an interview with any of them, they usually always have the stance of, no, it's democracy. That stupid Trump. What is he doing? My fucking God. He's racist. He's this. And it's like, man, do you understand that you sound like a fucking twit? I mean, do you understand, man, that like to the normal people, now when I say normal people, I'm not talking about the young people that are in there, because the young people believe what they say. And they grow up to want to be like that because they think, well, they're a star. They know things. They know stuff that we don't know. Yeah, of course they do. How to fucking kill a human sacrifice. They understand that shit. You don't believe it was just showbiz? No, I do not. No, absolutely not. My God, man, I can go into great depth about the Illuminati. I mean, I can show you pictures of, well, you know what? I mean, like, really, it'd be hard to really go into without any foreknowledge. But man, if you go back into the day, I mean, there's pictures like Johnny Carson where he's standing there just posing with an owl. An owl is their token. The owl is Moloch. Moloch was he was pretty much the Satan of old. You know, he was the one where they would make like the metal statues and build a fire in there, and it would have like a metal bull, and they would take their newborn baby, you know, like their firstborn, and they would build a fire inside of that and then throw the baby onto that to die. And while the baby was screaming, you know, in pain, they would be praying to this deity to bring them, you know, whatever in their life. That's Moloch. Moloch is the owl. That's why they put the owl on the dollar bill. In fact, go Google that, man. Go put in owl on the dollar bill. They got a picture of it. You can see it clearly. If you got a big magnifying glass, you can pull it right up. You know, believe me, all of those people are into that. It's not just showbiz. It's not because, oh, they got a lucky break and they got that big part and now they're rich and famous. No. They were selected to be there long before that they were ever there. Long before. You know, they're seen, they're brought in, they're vetted. You know, once vetted, you know, once that they're in and they've said, okay, I will this for, you know, this amount back. Once that they are owned, because you know, I'll put T like this: you take a big star that's out there right now. If they was to turn around and come out and say, and I'm not really talking Democrat, Republican, that's what people believe. But if they was to come out and tell you what it is, I'm telling you, they would kill them. No, they wouldn't kill them. They would go kill their loved ones, and they would make them watch them kill their loved ones, torture their loved ones. That's how those fuckers play. They're very evil. When they say when they say, like, you know, you sell your soul to the devil, that's what they mean, man. That's exactly what they mean. It's precisely what it is they mean, because when they do that to get that fame, it's all gone. And they know that, because if you don't do as we say, Here's the interview. This is the questions they're asked. This is how you respond. Okay, great. That's why you're never going to get a celebrity alone to talk openly about it. You won't see that. And if you do see it, and somebody says, "Oh, I got this of them saying this and this and this," yeah, it's generally just bullshit because these people don't say anything off camera. Believe me, that shit is above like top secret. They don't openly discuss that shit. Well, you say sold their souls, but I don't think that it works like that. I mean, it is to a degree because they do sell their soul because there is nothing that they can openly say. They have no life. Their friends are picked for them. The people that are around them are there because the people that own them said, these are the people you can have around you. These are the people you're going to go party with. These are the people you're going to hang out with. These are the stories we're going to say. This is what you're going to go do. All of that is part of the script, man. It's all part of being Hollywood. It's all part of playing your part. It's all a part of the big game. But the game is a show. It's like, sit down, man. Enjoy the ride, man. It's just a show, man. Remember that. Well, it's all been a show. Everything is a fucking show. Trump is part of the show. The virus part of the show. Economic meltdown, guess what? It's part of the fucking show, people. Have a seat. Enjoy the invisible scare because if it don't kill you, they will. It's going to be one or the other. But one way or the other, man, they're going to make sure that the large majority of us die. Maybe not now. And I'm not saying right now, and I'm not trying to make it sound like that, but I was saying the same thing, man. Go back, let's go back 3 years ago. Well, just over 3 years ago. You know, back when I was on my old channel before Delphi, because Delphi took over from that channel. That was the only news that I was covering, and I really made apologies to the people that was subscribed to me at the time because they didn't like the fact that I was only covering Delphi. But they didn't understand. Look, I live here, man. This is like part of my hometown. This is up the road from me. So I did have to cover that. And honestly, I mean, I'll just say it. I mean, I just will. I'll just openly just come out with it. I did better than anybody else did in the world on it. Anybody. Aside of law enforcement. I mean, I can't overtake like law enforcement's job on that because look, they had ways to investigate that I do not. You know, they can hit a button and pull up shit that I cannot. So I'm not stating that I knew before law enforcement, but I am stating that I'm the only person out there that's been on YouTube or Google that is openly telling you, yeah, it is him. Here's the reasons why. And I still get people that go, yeah, I watch what you say and I ain't believing it, man. You're stupid as shit. It's their DNA, they'd fucking tell us, man. God, are you dumb? Don't you watch CSI? That's how people react to shit, man. That's how fucking programmed society is. People would not understand the truth. Look, man, I'm going to quote Mark Twain. He said, "It's easier to fool somebody than it is to show them that they were fooled." Because a person, once they're fooled, they will not accept the fact that you got them, man. They're like, no, wait, hang on. Look, man, you know, because people don't want to buy into the fact that they've been taken, that it was all a ride the whole time and they just didn't realize it. Believe me, I've known for like 20 years at least right now when it started becoming at least clear parts of it, because the bigger part of the whole mess was the Federal Reserve. When I found out about the Federal Reserve, I'm like, whoa, hold on, wait. I had to pause, man. I had to say, let me go look this up. And that's what I went and did, man. Went and looked into it. You know, the owners of the Federal Reserve, and you can go check it out, man. The Federal Reserve is not owned by the federal government. Got into it with the guy, man, at Rural King one time over that. He's like, man, we owe that money to ourselves. I'm like, no, we don't own that to ourselves. Yeah, we do. Why do you think they call it the Federal Reserve? To get idiots like you to believe it's the federal government. That's why. It's not the federal government. Go look up the Federal Reserve. See if it's the federal government. Look up the owners of the Federal Reserve. You know what? The President of the United States is not even in know of who the owners of the Federal Reserve is, unless he sold his soul to them, one or the other. But that'd be the only other way. But I mean, it states that they really cannot know, that they are to remain secret. Well, they're to remain secret because they own the fucking world. And while they own it, they're not the ones that control it, because the owners of the world, they don't sit around doing numbers, man. They got people in that place to do that. People that sold their soul to be a part, because they're in that big club. We're the peasants. We're the playthings. We're the people that make them money. We're the people that get taxed. We're the people that get killed. We're the people that believe that one day they'll find a cure for cancer and I'm going to put my money into it. Yeah, that's because everything they give you causes cancer. They know that. You see, even doctors don't know that shit. I mean, doctors believe, well, man, that's what's happening here. Let me give you some of this medication. This will help you out. And man, there's people out there taking handfuls of medication because they think it, well, that's the only way I can function. That's it. I got to take this medication or I'll fucking die. Look, man, the pills kill you. That's the lowdown of it, man. I don't take any pills. I mean, last time I took a pill was because I was dying of a headache, man. I took a big ass aspirin. It was the last pill I took. I'm not a big pharma person. I'm not a big government person. In fact, the government should be very, very, very small. The smaller the government, the more liberty you have. The bigger government, the more fear you are in of them. They become your masters. And that's what people believe that the government is, their master. We're electing our new leader. He's not your leader. He's your fucking representative. If he was leading you, he could be a dictator. Then what? Now you're fucked. Guess what? You voted in a dictator, dumbass. And I side with Carlin on that too. You know, because people say, well, if you didn't vote, you have no right to complain. Yeah, I do. You guys went and voted for the dumbass. I was smarter than that. I wasn't going to have my fucking vote, man. I wasn't going to sign an adhesion contract saying I'm a United States citizen. I fucking know better. That much I know better on. Other people don't know. And that's what my old channel was about, telling them, don't fall for this shit. Because as soon as you do, they can come back and hit you with those codes and statutes. You're always going to owe, be it taxes, lawsuits, criminal, anything that they can get you on, man, you got to obey to that. The cops, your public servants, I might add. The public servants, the cops, the ones that used to be here to protect and serve you. Today, it's comply or die. You will do it as I say, or I will kill you. You try to run from me, I will shoot you right in the back and kill you. And you know what that means? That means I will be fucking suspended with pay so me and my family can take a fucking vacation to Hawaii for killing your ass. Is that what you want? You want me to take a Hawaiian vacation? Just try to fucking run, little bitch, so I can kill your ass. That's cops. That's the fucking Nazi mentality that they carry. This shit has bothered me for a long time. And that's why my old channel was about that. Now, I had a big following on my old channel. Well, I mean, it was much bigger than what it is that I have today on this channel. But mind you, it was broader subject matter. And I had 3 or 4 viral videos on there. One of them was called Ebola Zombie. And that was quoting an article that I had read that was from the continent of Africa. And it was some country that was held within Africa where they buried Ebola patients, and they came back to life. Well, that's what this said. And I was stating to the fact that, look, Ebola does not cause people to die and come back to life. No virus is going to do that. You can't be dead and alive. There's just no way. If you die, guess what? You're fucking dead. You know, you're not going to get a heartbeat and come back and you're going to go around looking to eat brains. That's just fucking fantasy. You know, and I don't think that there are zombies. And that was the whole of that video. Now, I made that because there was an article where somebody had said that. And I think it was like some Africa National Enquirer that had wrote about that. And when I made that video, and it was because at that time I was wearing a keffiyeh, you know, and I had the full-on beard. And people said I looked like Woody Harrelson in 2012. And that's why I think everybody liked that video and shared it. But man, it hit like over 660,000 views in just like a few weeks. Made a bunch of money on that video. I mean, I made $2,700 off of YouTube on that video alone. Just that video. I made another one where I was talking about 322, the Day of the Lord. Now that was really odd. And I'll kind of put it to you like this, man, with the blood moon tetrads. I don't know that many people really know about them because you had to know about them at the time to actually have any interest in them. But the blood moon tetrads are this, man. Now, every year we normally have at 2 full lunar eclipses. Now, in the Old Testament, there was given the 7 appointed days, like Passover. What was the other one? Pentecost. Hang on. Anyway, they go on. There's 7 of them. I'll just put it to you like that rather than just rambling on trying to remember them all. And I don't know all of them off the top of my head. But we have 7 appointed days per year on the Jewish calendar. Now, when we have a full lunar eclipse that happens on one of those appointed days, that's a blood moon. When we have 2 blood moons in a year and both of those moons happen on one of those appointed days, then, that's half of that. Because when you have 2 years in a row and all 4 blood moons or all 4 full lunar eclipses happen on an appointed day, that's a blood moon tetrad. Now, every time that's happened, and I'm going back in history, one that happened, let me see, I'm going back 1, 2, 3. The 4th one back was in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. The next one was in like 1948, and that was when Israel regained their nation again. The next one was in 68, and that was like during the 6-Day War when Jerusalem won back, or when Israel won back Jerusalem as their capital. And then we had one in 2014 and 2015. Well, my thought at that time is, well, what does it mean? I mean, all these things have happened for Israel. All of them pertain to Israel. So my thought was, well, what does it mean? I mean, is there going to be a Gog-Magog war? Will they get their temple back? Will they put it where it was? I mean, that was kind of my thoughts. But in order for that to happen, there has to be the Gog-Magog war. Now, I believe that that's pretty much next because that's nearing the end times. Right there is the Gog-Magog war. Now, something could break out. And I'll put it to you like this, because Trump is calling it the Chinese virus. I have no issue with that. I don't think it's racist. I really don't. And I really side to that. Look, I was watching the Conservative Twins last night. They were talking about the same thing with the Black Death. They said, was that racist because they called it the Black Death? I mean, are you guys stupid? I mean, why do you guys always pick on anything anybody says where you got to pronounce it's racist because they're saying that? Well, he's calling it the Chinese virus because, it came from China. Well, did it come from China? You know what? I have my doubts on that. I really do. I think the biggest biological manufacturer of such matters, such as viruses, is this country. I think that we had it. We shipped it to China to be tested on their people. And then they brought it back purposely brought it back into this country, provided it's real and it's not just bullshit. And it could just be bullshit. It could be the invisible scare. And I want people to remember that. But it may not be. So, I mean, don't totally buy into that either. But just keep it in your mind that it could be the invisible scare. That there may not even be a virus at all. I mean, what are you going to do? Get a microscope and find out? I don't know anybody that's got a microscope that's going to be looking at themselves for viruses. Hell, if I knew that person, man, I'd be working in a lab right now. I'd be having a good time with some chemistry. Man, I'd be doing some shit, man. Fuck, man. God, that was my dream when I was little, man. It was like, a chemistry lab. The things I could do, man. The things I could create. Memories of use. They were nice. So anyways, it could be the invisible scare. We cannot prove that there is or is not a virus. And if somebody's out there saying, yes, I can prove that there is a virus and it is corona and it is being passed around. Okay, fair enough. But I mean, I want to see your references here as to how you would know that. I don't take anybody's word on much of shit. I mean, and that should be duly noted, because if I did, I'd be watching other people's channel about Delphi. And believe me, I don't care what anybody else says. If somebody wants to say it to me, fine, man. They could call me and tell me, well, you're full of shit. Okay. Why? Well, you just are. All right. Have a nice day. I mean, if you don't have anything referenceable to say, jam it up your backside, man. I don't give a fuck. Not here to believe. Yeah, exactly. Right. Thank you, Radar, because that's very true. Exactly. And that was the thing with the appointed days. There was a lot left out of that with the blood moon tetrads. And allow me to get back to that too, real quick, because I start digressing into other shit and get lost over there for a minute. But yeah, during the appointed days, God said, keep your eye to the sky for signs. Well, that's why when you have a blood moon tetrad, and there's 4 of them over 2 years, and then things happen for Israel, it's for a reason. And look, I'll lay some reality on you. Israel was taken over, like, God, what was it, about 2,000 fucking years ago. And then one day, I mean, while they're Palestine, these Israelis just get their hands on rifles and say, "That's it. We're turning on you guys and we're taking back our land." And all of Palestine said, "Oh, dear God, no. They have weapons." No, of course they knew they had weapons. I mean, duh. I mean, it wasn't like that they was held without fucking weapons. Of course they did. And that was the way that they could recreate Israel. Because without Israel being Israel, you don't have end times prophecy. Do you see where I'm at? Israel had to fucking be there. Or otherwise, anything in the prophecy where it speaks of Israel would have been just bullshit. There is no Israel. My God, man, Israel hadn't been Israel in 2,000 years. Well, hang on, man. You guys, grab some weapons and take back your country. Done. And Palestine's like, damn it, they got their land back. After 2,000 years, they took it back. Damn. Now we're going to fight with them forever over it. Blah, 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 Judaism, blah, 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 Muslim, blah, 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 blah. Fuck. It seems so fucking stupid to me. It really does. That people just believe what they hear, man. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't even believe me for that matter. Go fucking look into it. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man? Everybody's, all 11 people say hi to Nick, or 10 actually. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Radar. You're a good guy, man. Or good woman. My bad. I think I made that mistake one other time. I do apologize. Anyway, so in 2015, because I was watching the Blood Moon Tetrads. If you want to know anything on the Blood Moon Tetrads, go to the channel Scott Clark Ministries. He spoke on the Blood Moon Tetrads, and he had a lot to say. Now, I don't really go watch people when they talk about religion, but I do listen intently when they're talking about prophecy. Because I know that prophecy, while not real, while not man-made real, while not being that kind of real prophecy, that the Bible speaks of and God laid, no. Okay. Look, I'm kind of quoting Buddha when I say this. Yeah, there's a grand creator. Yeah, he created everything. Yeah, yeah. But he don't come and talk to us. I mean, I can't point to anybody that ever talked to God, and a Christian will go, well, it's in how you listen. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Well, let me tell you this. He didn't verbally ever come to me and fucking say shit. And again, I'm quoting Carlin. He says, guess what? Kind of gave up on that. Now I worship the sun. And I don't pray to the sun. But if I did, you know what? I'd get the same amount of that as I do praying to God. Well, so-and-so lived. The sun commanded it. There it is. Thank you, son. There's a lot of BS in religion. And again, that's, it's kind of hard to talk about religion and not quote Carlin because he was the master on that. I mean, he had that like tooth and nail. He had it hammered down. I mean, he knew that religion is the biggest bullshit story ever. They tell you what you want to hear. And of course, you got to pay your tithes to the church. And people say, well, yeah, I give more than what I'm supposed to because I love the Lord and love God. Well, guess what? I love God too, man. He created everything. I believe there's a grand creator. I can't look at it scientifically and say there isn't a grand creator. We can't fucking just go create atoms that would create an endless universe. We can't do that. We can't create life in a laboratory. We can't do that shit. But God can. God created nuclear furnaces, man, suns. And those suns burn hydrogen, the smallest atom that there is. And as they fuse together, it creates helium. And helium, and it's one after the other until it turns into an orange giant. One day it will supernova, boom. And like 20 seconds before it supernovas, the inside of that turns to like pure iron and other elements. Basically, what life is stardust. We are remnants of old stars because that's how the elements were made. Everything came out of hydrogen and became denser particles. Now, those denser particles are what is dropped on the Earth and other planets. The rocks that go around these big suns that are held in check by gravity, his design, the chemistry. If you look at an empty planet without anything on it, no life, nothing at all, it is a giant petri dish, okay, that is going around the sun, getting external energy from light rays and warmth. You got the poles, man, made by metal with this magnetic poles that actually deviate the light and radiation off the sun, off of the planet. Rain, you get clouds, you get that atmosphere. This is all God's design. That's how it operates. Now, we're all particles of that. We are all remnants of it. Now, if you take a giant petri dish over billions of years with water, guess what? Like all kinds of chemicals are made. Everything's in there. Everything evaporates. You got it where it's warm. You got it where it's dark. You got it where it's cold. You got it where it's, it's an ever-changing environment that life will form on. If life can form over a long enough time, life will form. That's the basis of life. We can't do it in a chemistry or in a laboratory, but given enough time, it will happen. Life will form. So I will end on this. Is the virus real? I don't know. It could be the invisible scare. In fact, I'm going to just say it right now. That's going to be my new term for it. The invisible scare. Because until I see evidence that it's real, I got to be held in check by, is it really real? Is it really, really real? Or is it just bullshit to scare you? Is it a way to get you to go into their camps? Is it a way to get you to go along with the big plan? Is it a way to make you believe? Or maybe it is real. Maybe people can pass it around. Don't buy in that it isn't real, but always keep it to your back of your head that it may not be real. Maybe it's just bullshit. I mean, do you have it? Are your loved ones dying from it? Has anybody that you know got it? Is anybody that you know have it confirmed? And when I say confirmed, I don't mean that they got the flu and they said, yep, it's corona. No, what I mean is, do they really, really have it? Because if they really, really have it, then there's a problem. But until I see that corona is real, I'm going to keep it in the back of my head that it could be bullshit for an economic reset of the world. Or it could be an economic meltdown to cull a large part of society of the world. They made their money. They don't need us. When they don't need us, they get rid of us. How do you get rid of people? Create an invisible scare. Shut down the fucking economy. Take away their jobs. Take away the money, man. Tell them they owe money. Tell them that they got to work. Tell them that they got to do this and that to pay it off. It's all some bigger scheme. And it's always a way to go further up your ass. That's the big one. That's the big weenie up the world's ass is the PICs. Never forget that. That's absolute truth. Anything that you see, it all came from them. Even the corona. If the corona is real, they created the corona. They have the power to do that shit. So, anyway, I am in hope, as I hope that everybody here would be, that tomorrow we'll get up and the markets will be green. That the virus will be held into check, provided there is a virus, and that life and the economy will boost back. But if they're keeping this at 18 months and they're always going to keep this scare of the invisible scare up your ass, that's how they keep people stupid. That's how they keep people dumbed down. That's how they keep people doing what it is that they want to do. In a free country, I would be very happy to go do for gold and silver to work, I mean, back in the day, a person had a trade, man. I mean, that's what they would do. Maybe there was a blacksmith, maybe there was a doctor, maybe there was a salesman. No matter what it was that they did, they had that trade and they went out in the world and did that trade. They didn't have to subject 1/3 of their life to go to a job while sleeping the other third and then spending the other 8 hours, of a day getting a shower, and doing stuff at home, watching television or whatever it is that normal people do. I haven't been a normal person. I don't remember the last time that I was a normal person. I'll put it to you like that. I don't think like other people. If I did, I would find fault with myself. I would. I find fault in everything. I find fault in about everything that anybody believes. I just don't see any real sense in it. And not saying a lot of people like me for that, because I've gotten into a lot of arguments. In fact, I got in a lot of bar fights over such. But maybe this is just bullshit and it'll go away. Maybe it's the big one. Maybe it's fucking doomsday. Maybe it's something in between. But right now, with them shutting Vegas down, I'm not seeing it going any different than what the Great Depression was. I think that once that they stop jobs, and Trump can say as he wants, like, greatest economy ever, man, like ever in United States history, greatest economy ever, man. Well, look, man, we're 22 fucking trillion in debt, man. Do you know anything about like business, Trump? Anything at all? Really? When you're 22 trillion in debt and, then you go, oh, we got such a great economy. Well, where's all the fucking money? I point back at the 40s and 50s. And I mean, like, okay, once we signed on to the HJR 192, once the banker said, okay, now we're going to flood your country with money again, like we did in the 20s. That was the 40s and 50s. Actually, man, it started in the 40s and went into the 50s. And by about 63, that's when they started ending that shit. As actually just prior to that. But 63 was about the last straw. Then things went from that really big high, man, the profits that we were making. Because back then people would say, I'm a hardworking American, I go to a job and I work, but they made great money back then. Everybody had a house. Everybody had kids, a dog. It was a great time. It was a great time to be alive. When they killed Kennedy, and shortly thereafter, they ended the gold standard. Now, they didn't do that publicly. Well, I mean, they did publicly, but the thing is it wasn't like federal, where they said it's over. But what they did was, after they seized the gold in 33, and that was taking our money away because our money was backed by gold before that. But then thereafter, the promissory notes were maybe like silver certificates. They was just using silver. Now, 90% of our change was silver at that time, still 63 or 64, I think. And I think that that's when they ended that. And they went to the plated monopoly coins that they give us today that aren't worth shit. That's why we have inflation. Because when you owe that kind of a debt on what it is that you owe and you got to pay the interest on that, they're going to inflate that fucking money. They're going to inflate the shit out of that money. That's what's happened. If you look back in 1963, with what a person was making minimum wage back then, a person goes, my God, you couldn't make it on that today. Well, yeah, you could, because you'd have to look at the silver that they were making and then take the meltdown value of the silver. Guess what? It was worth probably more money than what we make today on minimum wage, if not the equivalent thereof. But the thing is like all the prices weren't exaggerated. I mean, if we go back to 1968, 9, okay, you could buy a Hemi Cuda, man, for like $3,500 showroom with all the options and extras, $3,500. Now, back then, that was really big money, man. You couldn't just come up with $3,500. I mean, you could if you worked a really good job. I mean, I'm not saying that, but at the same time, a person didn't just have $3,500 to go in there and buy it with. Today, $3,500, a person could go in there and say, here's $3,500. I want my CUDA. If you bought a CUDA back then and put that fucker in a warehouse and it was still in showroom condition, right now you'd be sitting on a big pile of money. Because believe me, somebody would buy that fucking shit in a minute. Brand new Hemi Cuda. Fuck. Yeah. But anyway, today what you go out and you pay this big, huge money for is technological pieces of shit that usually break down within so many months. You got to take it back to the dealer so that they can rake your ass for insurance money to fix this, fix that, do this with the computer, do that. It's all a bunch of horse shit. There is no fucking technology. People think we live in a technological world. Like how? Like what? Did they cure some disease I'm unaware of? I mean, is that it? I mean, I don't see that shit going on. I still see the same diseases only getting worse. I see people walking around with a cell phone, if that's their big technology. They'll go, well, yeah, we can get on the computer and talk to each other. Well, you can see do the same damn thing with the phone, man. I mean, shit. I mean, the only thing that we can do is fucking video conference. We can get in and look some shit up. And that was really big. But believe me, they took a lot of that off the web. They don't want people getting too smart. They don't want that shit. In fact, again, that's Carlin, man. They want you to be dumbed down. Just smart enough to run the machines, but just stupid enough to believe everything they say. That's where they want humanity. Right there in that stupid little niche, man, of just being dumbed down and stupid, but smart enough to do what they want. That's how they like us to be. Because if we're dumbed down, but yet bright enough to run their shit for them, that's good. We'll never believe it. We'll never buy into it. In fact, when I go back to 1933, they said, you know what? You can call it anything you want, but don't call it maritime admiralty, because that's where people will know. So what do they call it when you go to criminal court? Statutory jurisdiction. What's the jurisdiction? The statutory jurisdiction. Well, am I under that? Yeah. How? It's legislative law. Well, the Constitution says it must be common law or in harmony with common law. Well, you're under it. How? How am I under statutory jurisdiction? How am I under codes and statutes? Well, you're under them because you're an all capitalized corporation that's owned by the state. I mean, if you're an American and you look at any ID you have, your name is printed in all capital letters because you're a corporation. When you go to court, they're looking at you as a corporation. That's why they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care about your friends. They don't care about your family. They don't care about you going into population in prison over something that didn't hurt anybody. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They're going to make their money and fuck you. That's how they look at it. And people think that they're free. Like, our troops are fighting for our freedom. Yeah, you bet your ass. They're over there fighting so you and I can be free. Yeah, you jolly well got that fucking shit right. Hell, even when I joined the army, I wasn't under that. I didn't think I was fighting for anybody's freedom. That's for damn sure. I didn't even have to fight. I would have. I mean, if I had to go, I had to go. I mean, I wasn't backing out of that. I signed on. There it is. I mean, but being drafted, yeah, I wouldn't have went for that. In Vietnam, if they would have said, nope, guess what? You're being drafted and you're going over there to fight. Look at the guy next to you because one of you two will probably die. Well, guess who ain't fucking going? That's going to be me. You know why? Because Vietnam's ain't over here attacking my freedom, and fuck you if you think they are. So I'm not going to go over there for a war that all the president had to do was call the head of fucking North Vietnam and say, dude, pull the fuck out or tomorrow we blow you to hell. What do you want? Are you pulling out? You're out already. Wow, that was fucking quick. Man, was it our big scary bombs that got you? No. They wanted to send Americans over there to fucking die. And that is for this reason. They don't give a fuck about you. They didn't give a fuck about Vietnam veterans, and they don't give a fuck about the other veterans as well. They don't give a fuck. If you're in the armed services, guess what? Those people that fucking own the world, they don't give a fuck about you. When you return home and you're homeless, well, I don't know why, man. You're a fucking veteran. You should have had a job before you got out. I mean, if you're homeless, it's because you want to be. If you was a veteran and you're homeless, it's because you want to be homeless. There ain't nobody to blame for that but you. I was a fucking veteran. I still am a veteran. I'm not homeless, though. But if I was homeless, hell, for 12 years I lived homeless. I was out seeing the world, man. I needed a bottle more than I needed to pay rent. That was the honest truth of it, man. I'm an alcoholic. I have no shame in being an alcoholic. I mean, I'm an alcoholic that hadn't drank in 15 years. I'd rather take a bullet than a shot. If that makes any sense, I'd rather take a shot than a bullet. So if anybody thinks that they're out there working on a vaccine that's going to save America, you're wrong. I would not take that vaccine. And I would probably take a bullet rather than to take that vaccine, because I know that those vaccines are poison. In fact, I'll put it to you like this, because I am at an age where I can remember. I remember the 70s. I remember the 1970s. The 60s, I remember very little, because actually what I remember of the 1960s was very late 60s, when I was like 4 years old. And there's only a couple memories I have of that, when we lived on Laguna in Kokomo. And that was before we moved up to the lake. And I was about 5. The following year, I started kindergarten when I was like 5. And that was in Kokomo. But we lived up at Niona Lake, north of Kokomo. But anyway, in the 1970s, the 1980s, where was all the mass shootings? I mean, somebody needs to go look that up, man, and find out where all the mass shooters were back then. Because they weren't living in this fucking country. We didn't have a mass shooting every 2 weeks like we did under Obama. But the mass shootings that you see, guess what? They're meant to happen. And they were meant to happen for this reason. Believe me or not, it's okay. I'm not going to be upset or offended if you don't. But the reason for the mass shootings is this. And I think it was 87. I think it was in 87, or it was an adjoining year to 1987. The FDA approved fluoxetine medication. Now, the first time that I had seen anything concerning fluoxetines was on the Phil Donahue show when I was in Germany. That was in 1984. And he was holding a Prozac because it was not approved. But he was a talk show, a daytime talk show. And he was talking about the benefits of it. And the Church of Scientology, which is really weird, because they was there speaking out against fluoxetine medication. And that's really weird because, I mean, like, I don't put anything in fucking like Scientology. They're fucking idiots in the same way. But they try to sell Scientology like through Tom Cruise and all these people like, oh, I'm really big into Scientology. They're really not. It's just one of those churches where that they can get people to join, and then they pretty much sign their life over to that. So if you're not illuminated, you still owe all of this to the church. They pick your friends. They tell that's the way the Church of Scientology operates. So what I'm saying here is they was part of the show. They was part of this show. Now, the show was dictated around Prozac, which is a fluoxetine, same as Lexapro. If you look at any of those medications, they all break down to fluoxetine. It's a fluoride derivative. Now, fluoride was used in the concentration camps in Nazi Germany, if I'm to believe all of that. And I do to a degree. I'm not saying it was all bullshit, but a lot of what they said and a lot of what is history is not wrote exactly correct. But he did use fluoride in the water because fluoride will make you more content. You will not fight back. You will accept things more readily. That's why it's a prescription drug for depression, because whatever it is that you're depressed about, guess what? You take enough fluoride, you're not going to care as much. And that's the way that they like to keep America. Do you know why they fluoridate your water? I don't know if anybody ever watched Dr. Strangelove, but it was directed by Stanley Kubrick, who was really big. And they say Illuminati, but I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. Now, Stanley Kubrick directed that, and the movie basically, I mean, if you watch it, because it's a good movie. I mean, it really is, man. If you've never watched Dr. Strangelove, it is a good movie. I highly recommend it. But the one guy that was in the military said, you know what the most communist thing ever done was? And it was, hang on, man. What was his name? He played like 2 or 3 parts in that movie. He was also in Peter Sellers. He's like, no, what? He goes, fluoridated water. They never ask us, but then they put the fluoride in the water. And that is so true, because in the big cities, they fluoridate the water, man. That's to keep people under fucking control, man. It is giving you a medication without your knowledge. Because look, man, fluoride for your teeth is not taken orally. It's not something that you swallow. It's not going to give you better teeth, people. It's a medication. It's to keep you fucking calm. In fact, they was talking about, and I would actually believe that they do in some bigger cities, actually put lithium in the water for the same reason. Now, after the FDA approved fluoxetines, and I think again that was in 1987, when they did, then you look a few years later, and it was only a handful of years later because after they okayed it, and you went to the doctor. Well, man, I've been feeling a little down. You have? Well, like how? Over what? I see. Well, here, I'm going to write you this. And he'd hand you, it became the thing. It became the thing that doctors handed out. Feeling down, not feeling right. Here, have some Prozac. Maybe some Lexapro, or maybe some of this shit or that. Maybe Affinity Feel Good. That's our new medication that we're selling today. And they got giant kickbacks on handing that shit out like it was fucking water. I mean, all you had to do is say, man, I just ain't feeling my best. Well, here, man, have some Prozac. I'll help you out. Once they got people on this, and this was the underlying, this is what Church of Scientology was talking about on that show. They came in, they had a stack of papers that was probably at about 2+ feet thick. That was all of the documentation on all of the studies that had been done on Prozac. And some lady was taking Prozac for depression. And it was like so many months after starting this Prozac, she got a rifle, went in and killed her family and her kids and herself. And, and these cases went on and on and on. Because, yeah, you know what? A person can be depressed. I told my doctor before, yeah, man, I've been depressed, but it's life. What do you mean? Well, life can get you down, man. I mean, why do you think people can become sad? That's an emotion that we have. Life can bring you down. Prozac doesn't change what's got me down. If I change what's got me down, I'll feel happy. Okay, all right. Because they wanted to hand me fluoxetine medications. Well, the Church of Scientology was on there, man, arguing against Prozac. Now, I took it for what it was worth because, believe me, at that time, I think I was like 18. It was like a year, like right at about a year before I joined the Army. And I took it for what it's worth because it was a, depression drug. And I mean, I wasn't suffering from depression. And hey, if somebody's suffering from depression and they got a pill to help that, great. I mean, that was my thought at the time. I was just taking the show for what it was. But when I was living in Germany, I was a dependent in the Air Force. So the only channel that we really had was AFN, Armed Forces Network. If you watched anything aside of that on television, it was in German, So, you had to pick up some conversational German, and really watching German television really helped with that because I really picked up on the language quickly and watching it like on their shows as to what it was they was talking about and picking the words out and, kind of understanding the language a little bit. I mean, if I heard somebody speaking German, I could tell you what they're talking about, but not necessarily exactly what they're talking about. If you see where I'm at, I'd say, well, the guy's talking about his daughter and their dogs were playing, but I mean, like out of a big story, that's all I would really gather was, there was dogs and his daughters, they were playing, they had fun, woo-up-de-woo. But I wouldn't know the rest of anything he was saying. It's just that, I mean, I understand certain words of German. But anyway, there was no commercials. And the big thing in Germany at that time was like VHS tapes. And, everybody over there in 1984, man, they would have like people send like shows like from America, like videotape, like television shows and send them over there because you only had AFN. And if it wasn't on AFN, you wasn't watching it, Well, one channel isn't like having like Dish Network, it ain't like you can watch anything and everything. You had to watch what it was that, they had on. So anyway, that was big. My aunt, the one who recently died, man, she sent us like a bunch of VHS tapes with like videos, MTV videos. And, me and my brothers would watch those. And of course, we had Disney for the kids, shit like that. But anyway, getting back to the story at hand, because, man, again, I deviated way off this, and I do apologize up front to everybody. The whole thing of it was on Phil Donahue, when they was talking about Prozac, Now, once they okayed that Prozac, the fluoxetine medications, and you go a few years later, guess what happened? These people with depression that were taking this, some of them weren't just depressed. It wasn't just to make these people feel better or more comfortable about their life. They knew that if they had underlying mental issues, that it would exacerbate these. And they knew the end result, that these people would then become violent, that they would, seek a way to kill others. And that was a big part of it because that's the underlying factor. If they put you on a lot of fluoxetine medications and you're taking handfuls of this shit a day and they keep upping it so that you'll feel better, guess what, man? You're probably depressed. Don't go kill yourself, man. But for the love of fuck, get the hell off of fluoxetine medications. That shit will make you fucking like stupid. It will make your mind change, literally change your whole mindscape. That's when Columbine happened. Columbine was happened with other school shootings, other mass shootings, bigger mass shootings, the biggest mass shooting ever, followed by the biggest mass shooting ever, because they knew this shit would fucking happen. They knew it would happen. That's why they okayed it, and that's why they shoved it up everybody's ass. Go to a doctor and tell them you're down. You know what? They'll hand you a fluoxetine medication. I'll lay money to it. That's what they do. That's where they get their kickback money. Now, if you look at autism, look at that in conjunction with the amount of vaccines that they give you. When you're born, they give you a set of, I forget how many vaccines, without however many vaccines within each vaccine. They pump you full of that shit. They pump you full of mercury. It destroys your brain right up front. Then they put you on fluoxetine medication. They feed you garbage, man, produced crap filled with chemicals that they know are fucking like carcinogenic, will give you cancer over the long haul. They want cancer. They love cancer. The PICs want you to go in there and beg for your life and accept radiation and chemo, go bald. They want that shit. They love it. They get off on it, man. You are an animal to them. You are a fucking scientific project to them. They don't give a fuck if you go kill other people. You're not going to kill them. They're under the safety blanket. They got security. They're like the fucking president. You're not going to know where they live. You can't go hurt these people. Hell, man, I heard a person say, and I rightly agree with it. If you can name a person, they're not the PIC. Because believe me, if you know who they are, they're not that guy. And I kind of agree with that. I mean, I think that we know a lot of the underlings, and I can name a lot of the underlings. I can name like the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers are not PICs. In fact, they were like under the PICs. And Rockefeller at one time was the richest man in the world, I believe. And I would like to note that the rich people, I mean, the people that really own trillions, they're not listed in Forbes like richest people in the world. I mean, because that wealth is hidden. They're worth trillions. There ain't nobody out there, man, that you can point to. Bill Gates, nobody. Man, they're worth billions of dollars. But I mean, they're underlings, man. They're like privates in the army of the PICs. Because the fucking PICs, they own all the big wigs. I mean, if you got $1 billion, you got that $1 billion because you was in bed with the PICs. There it is. And that is that is another example of why I don't trust Trump is the big hero, because I don't believe this story. I know that it is a story. I know that other people believe it, but I also know other people watch their televisions and believe the Democrat, Republican, this, that, this is racist, that's blah, 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 because it's all shit. And I'm just not a believer in it. It's hard to make me believe shit. I'm not a shit believer. Yeah, man, paraquat. Yeah, if that's what you're talking about. Because, I mean, that used to be the thing, man. I remember back in, I think it was late 70s, real early 80s, where they was, spraying the fields down in Mexico with paraquat. And if you smoked weed that had paraquat in it, man, you was going to get really bad off, man. Like we go to the hospital, like, was you smoking marijuana? No. Oh God, no. God, no, no. God, no. I drank this unknown liquid, and maybe it had that paraquat stuff in it, that paradise or whatever you said. Maybe it had some of that in it. I don't know. Maybe somebody spiked me with paraquat. And you know what? I have a mistrust of marijuana for those reasons. Because when they started making it recreationally legal in Colorado and Washington, first one of the first people that kind of hopped onto that was Microsoft, saying that they wanted to create their own brand of cannabis. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. GMO marijuana, that's exactly what the world fucking needs right now. That's why, I mean, like, people out there like smoking dabs and this and that, because they come from a dispensary. People, do you know what's in that shit? Do you? Do you really? I mean, somebody that makes it that at home, okay, a little bit different. I mean, I can understand the process, but when it comes from a company, a business, a corporation, you don't know what's in there. You don't know what it is you're inhaling. They do, and they're not going to be that one standing there puffing it with you. I mean, I'm getting at is dabs. Yeah, it may be fine. And I'm not saying that it ain't, but when you get people like Microsoft trying to create a cannabis strain, why? Look, man, I mean, I can go back in the 1970s, the latter 70s, because, man, okay, I mean, I'm just on level with you. First time I got high, man, I was 9 years old. You know, I was 9, man. That made it like what, 75? Yeah, I think it was 1975. It was the year Jaws came out. And me and a friend of mine, I won't give her name, but her sister, her older sister, and she was, I think, a year older than I was, maybe 2. And I think her sister was a year older than her. So that put her at somewhere around, yeah, you know what? I want to say her sister was somewhere around 13 or 14. But anyway, she had some weed. So we're like, okay, you know what? We'll throw our money together and we'll get a joint, man. We'll go smoke it. Oh wow, okay, cool, man, great. This would be like we're the fucking Beatles or something. You know, so we did that, and I remember it had a cherry flavored paper on it. It was a red paper, and we went back out in the woods and we smoked it. And I mean, I didn't even know what being high was. I mean, like I was 9, and man, I was toe the fuck up, man. I was fucked up, man. We laughed our ass off. There was nothing we was not laughing at. We could not go around people. We were fucked up. That was back then. And then people go like, well, yeah, but weed today is so much more potent. Bullshit. No, it ain't. They just tell you it's more potent. Now, it started getting more potent when people started growing it indoors and wasn't taking like the fields of weed from Mexico. Then it started getting more potent when people started growing it, because then you could use the given traits for THC to really kind of boost the potency. But it can only go so high. So why would Microsoft want to like get their hands on it? It's because they can GMO it. That's why. And once that they GMO it, that's where it starts to hurt, because anything that's genetically modified is genetically modified for a reason. It's no different than the food we eat. It's genetically modified. No different than KFC's chickens, man. They're all deformed and shit like that because they're genetically modified just to get big. To get big. To eat, get big, sell for meat. There it is. They GMO it. They don't breed these traits to them. They do to a degree. Then they start the genetic modifications. And that's where they get you. That's where cancer can come into play. That's why they do all this shit to the foods. That's why they add this, add that, and do this, do that. There was the big scare back in the day that saccharin caused cancer. So then they went to, oh shit. Somebody give me the name of it. What's it called? What do they call that shit today? I'm not even like, I don't even have my mind there. But anyway, today's like, God, let me think of what the fuck it's called. Whatever it is called. It's shit from bacteria that they feed a formula, and then it excretes this God, I'm trying to remember the name. Somebody help me out, man. Throw the name up of today's sweeteners as to what it's called, please. If anybody there knows, there's 11 of you. I assume somebody would know. Anyway, and when this E. coli, when it excretes this, then that is what they are left with. Aspartame. Thank you very much, Radar. You're the best. So it excretes this aspartame, of which they derive back all of that, and then it's sweet. And guess what? You can eat it, and there it goes. You don't have to deal with sugar. If you got diabetes, you can have aspartame, and there it is. Okay, great. The only thing is aspartame has its effects. All of these things that they give you to eat have their effects. Anything new and modified and GMO'd, it has its effects, and this is how it will affect you. Fluoxetine, it will have its effects. You might lose your mind if you have other things than depression. Maybe you won't just be content and happy, man. Maybe you'll wish to go kill somebody one day. Or maybe somebody pissed you off and you said, that's it, everybody's going to die. I got guns and I'm just going to go wipe out a fucking community. That's how I feel today. Vaccines, and then you look at autism. If you go back, and I've heard said, and Kande actually looked into, that if you go back into the early 1900s, there were almost, it's not that there were zero, but there were very little cases of like children having cancer. It's hard to go to Walmart and not see a kid with cancer. It's nasty. It's horrible. But they knew what they were doing. Today, man, kids are like hyperactive, and he can't focus, and he needs Adderall. He needs this and that and the other. Yeah, fibromyalgia. You know what? Fibromyalgia is probably bullshit. I really do. MS. Yeah, MS has been around. And I don't really place a lot on MS, but fibromyalgia is one of those new diseases like restless leg syndrome. Oh yeah, I heard George Washington's wife had that. What the fuck, restless leg syndrome? Are you fucking crazy? People are like, well, I'm ADHD. Yeah, right. Yeah. You know what? Everybody's fucking ADHD. That's what people say because they can't shut the fuck up when you're trying to tell them something. Well, I'm ADHD, so I just like to talk a lot. Shut the fuck up. You know what? If somebody's saying something that I want to know, I listen. And I listen intently because I know that this person is speaking a language that I want to learn. If I know something, I say it. If I'm telling somebody something that they want to know and they cut me off to break into something that I was fixing to get to while I was in the middle of my paragraph, I get pissed. And I make it very verbally known that, hey, I'm fucking pissed. I don't like being cut off. Not when I'm answering your question. When somebody is answering your question, shut up and fucking listen. That's what an adult does. You want to know something that they know and you ask them, shut up and listen to what it is they're saying. Maybe you'll learn something. And that's the videos I watch, is things that I can learn. That's why I go to Icons, and I watch Icons because Icons has got a head full of brains, man. This guy knows his stuff. He knows it thoroughly, inside and out. And it's those things right there that I wanted to learn. I knew about most everything on what occurred and what took us to where we are now, but didn't know the remedy. In fact, I thought, really, as the world goes, man, the world's stupid. They're dumbed down. They don't understand this. They never will. You can't explain it to them. The CIA put it out there like a conspiracy theorist. And that's what people call you when you try to tell them something. Like, oh, yeah, you're one of those conspiracy theorist people, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, you know what? I don't need charges, so I'm just walking away, all right? I'm just walking away here. Now, if this had been so many years ago, we would have been fighting, but right now, I'm walking away, man. Because I don't have a tinfoil hat on. I'm not a believer in much of conspiracies. I'm not a fucking flat earther or anything stupid like that shit. In fact, I made videos on my old channel where I was talking about that. Flat earth. It's like, man, people that believe in flat earth, they have no sense of physics. They have no sense of how reality works. They see something as an example from pi to a flat fucking thing, and they go, look, it works. There is no horizon. It is flat. I'm like, yeah, and the sun goes around in a circle over a pole that's got like 2 south ends and 1 in the middle of this north. It's really odd, isn't it? Hey, Tony Sweet, September 9th. How you doing? Hadn't seen you in a while. Glad you're here, man. Have a seat. I was almost done, but you know. Yeah, hang on, man. I can pull up link for icons, but really, all you got to do is just go to YouTube and put in icons spelled just like that. It'll pull his channel right up. He's Marine. You can't miss him. And he talks a lot of sense. I like what it is he has to say. Now he's pro-Trump, and I don't fault him for that because look, I don't know Trump. But what I'm saying is I know the rest of these people to the degree that I never believed it, never bought it. I wasn't a person that was lining up to go vote for the newest president because he'll change everything. People didn't even know what it was they wanted changed. They thought, we need more money. We need better jobs. We need higher fucking minimum wage. We need free college. You know, everything's got to be free and on the fly, but nobody realizes that somebody's fucking paying for it. And guess what? Every single time out, you know who it's going to be? You. You will pay for it. That's who. You know what's going to happen when we turn socialist? I'll tell you. We'll fold. We'll fold like Argentina. You know why? Because socialism don't fucking work. People say, well, there's 2 ways. I can bust my ass for nothing, or I can sit over there and be paid for not working. What do I want to do? Honey, let's stop working and just go live in a fucking house like other people. You know, free and on the fly. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Well, then the taxes go up and it fucking folds. It folds like a big, thick fucking blanket because it's supposed to. You know, once they get socialism in, you know what happens? They fucking own your money. They own you. They own the taxes. They tell you what you can and cannot do. That's the whole thing behind that free. People act like, well, I was walking down the street and somebody came out and just handed me a meal. It was totally free. No, somebody had to pay for that meal. There's no such thing as a free meal. You don't get a free meal. Somebody's got to pay for it. And you know what? In socialism, everybody's paying for it. 10 people. Not my biggest crowd, but you know what? I'm proud of every one of you that stayed here. At least you guys listened. And probably most of you knew what it was I was talking about. Because when I'm talking to icons, he tells me that like people like him and I are the majority of people. And I'm like, I disagree on that. And I really do. He said we're the silent majority. I said, we're really not. I said, if you look at people that are really, and I ain't talking about these people that talk Illuminati on the world and that shit. Those people are just, they watched a couple of videos and think they know something new. They fucking don't. And that's what I'm trying to steer you against. Don't go look into that shit. Don't. Because those people, they don't know dick. And and I mean, they'll side Republican, Democrat, and they'll just follow the fucking story, but they feed it into a line of total bullshit. Don't go believe that stuff. It's no different than the Delphi case. Don't go listen to all these fucking channels that talk a bunch of fucking bullshit theory. If they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they don't fucking know. If you don't realize that they don't know what they're talking about, okay, maybe I can help. Maybe I can help put some common sense into that for you. Maybe I can. You know, but then when you start going against these other channels, then they start sending trolls out. You know, it's one of those things. You always got to fight the invisible scare. You always got to fight the invisible enemy. You always have this invisible thing that you got to cover because nobody shuts the fuck up. Nobody listens. Nobody gives a fuck. People are very contented in their slavery. They are. And you know what? Icons told me the other day, and I am kind of quoting Icons here, and I hope you don't mind. But he said he don't have anything against contented slaves. He goes, look, man, and I do, and I agree with him to this. I really do. I honestly do, because look, man, without money, what do? You can't do anything without money. I mean, if you ain't got anything to spend, man, you better know how to live in the bush. You better be trapping your food and shit. But at the same time, if you're doing it like that, you better have a license, or man, you go to fucking jail, man. Is that what you want? You want to go to jail? Is it? Is that how you want to play it, buddy? But that's how you would have to go live. So we all need money, And he goes, there's people out there that's got good jobs and they got their house and they got their kid and their dog and they're living very happy. He goes, and I don't put any blame on them. And I'm like, well, nor do I. But at the same time, I would expect, and I think that I should expect, those people to have a mind that's rational enough to look at it to say, yeah, I agree. That is the way that the world is being run. And most don't. Most will not. They won't accept that because that steps on their ride, man. Look, I did well for myself. I got a college education and I got a good job and a great family, and I love that. Well, great, man, because that is the American dream. I mean, and what was the American dream is long gone. We don't have the American dream. And again, now I'm quoting Carlin. The American dream's gone because you got to be asleep to believe it. You got to be asleep to believe the American dream. If there is a dream in America, I don't know what it is. I think right now my biggest dream is that I'll wake up tomorrow and that the fucking markets will be up 5,000 points. And there's been great news, man, on the corona front. We have it under control. The cases have lightened and the stock market runs up, and everything will be okay in a couple of months. Everybody won't be fucking quarantined and martial law. There won't be riots and fighting. There won't be reason for me to say here, like going, thank God I got a fucking rifle. I can go kill fucking shit. I can eat. I won't die immediately. But then I know that they're going to come around, man. They'll come around looking because they're going to need everybody to be numbered. That's part of Revelations. You've got to be accounted for. You got to have this. We got to know that you had your vaccines. We better not find out you didn't get your vaccine, because then they can shut your chip off, man. You won't be able to buy or sell. It's part of the globalism, and that's what it could be leading to. It could be leading to the globalist order. It's hard to say right now, and I don't have answers on that, so I can't answer to that. But I mean, I can give my own opinion concerning, which is the virus real? It might be. It may not be. It might be a hoax. It might be real. It might be worse than what we're led to believe. It might be a lot of things, and without any real knowledge on it, I can't answer to that. But I can say, do this, man. At least keep what I've said in the back of your mind. Because look, man, if you rode this show out, and I don't even know how long I've been. Wait, oh my God, woof, man, I've been fucking rambling for 2.5 hours and didn't shut up one time. You know what? Let me let you guys in on something. This is something that I don't even think I've really ever discussed. I'm going back over 3 years ago now, and it was just over 3 years ago. In fact, it was just prior to the Delphi case. And I had my old show, and I was listening to, and honest to God, I swear this, it's probably still somewhere online if you want to look into it, but it was called Truth Cat Radio. Swear it. I swear to God, that was the name of the station. And they was looking for DJs. And I heard this announced on there. So I called, man. I got their number, man, and I called them. I'm like, look, man, I got a YouTube show. And I was talking to the guy. He was the producer of the radio program. And he looked over my content and he's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'd be happy to have you, man. He goes, Tuesdays at 9 o'clock. You got a 2-hour show. You'll need a name. We'll need some pictures, So I'm like, okay, cool enough, man. So I got all that lined up and I went into radio for a while, man. I think I was at it for probably at about 2 months. I think I had like 8 shows. And then I started realizing, because it isn't like now. I mean, back then it was different. I wasn't doing live shows, man. Everything was pre-made. When I would do it live. Like I would be in front of the camera and I would roll like that, of course, live. But then I'd have to upload it. I wasn't really dipping into that deep into editing. Most of it was just like, I would sit there. I would have the topic that my show was going to be on. Then I would sit down and I would just start covering, what it was I was talking about. Well, it started to bother me because I was kind of looking at it like, well, in order to have good information on something, I'm going to have to deeply look into it through the week. I'm going to have to script out a lot of shit, which is what I did. And then I was sitting there kind of reading, and I wasn't really happy with it, man. And I was talking to the producer. Man, let me fucking tell you about this producer, people. Holy mother of fuck. Damn. This guy was whack, man. He was kind of out of his mind to a degree. And he was telling me about, oh shit, man. What's it called, man? The CIA thing. Visual, damn it. Where you see things at a distance. If anybody knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'll put it like this. He was telling me that I forget the name of the museum. It's in New York somewhere, I think. But he said under that, man, they got like millions of people, like millions of people, man. They're like kept slaves. Like, how do you know that? Oh, well, me and a group of other people, man, we got together and we was looking, and I'm all like, so you believe in that? Oh, dude, man, the CIA, blah. And I'm like, yeah, right. So you guys got together, and now you're spreading this like it's a reality when you basically just making shit up. Now, one time he had on his program, it was the writer of The Matrix. Now, I was talking to him about that because I was interested in that program and I was listening. No, not hallucinating. It's God, it's like, well, please stop doing that. Hey, hold on a minute. Would you please stop? Thank you. God, man. I don't know why he just continues. No, how do I put it? It's like you train yourself. This is how it's put. Where you train yourself to see things at a place where you're not. Like, as an example. Hang on a minute. Hello.
Hey, I know it's late.
Hey,
I also know that you're awake.
Well, right, yeah, I'm doing a live show. Is that why you're calling in?
Sure.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right, everybody. Hey, it's Ms. Cav on the phone. How you doing this evening?
Enlighten me. What have you been chatting about?
Well, for the last 2.5 hours, I've been talking about how shit's hitting the fan. Yeah, exactly. That's my discussion tonight. How shit is hitting the fucking fan. Is it real? Is it not real? Actually, it's called empty chair discussion because my chair is empty, as you can see. I got a camera pointing at it, and I'm sitting on my couch with a microphone.
Well,
hey, help me out. What is it called? Okay, CIA, where they kind of, I guess, meditate, close their eyes, where that they can look at something that isn't in an area where they are. What's that called?
Is that transcendental?
No, it's not really meditation. It's visual something. God, hang on. You know what?
Okay, wait a minute. Oh shoot.
Yeah, that's where I've been.
When I am sick or when I am stressed, I close my eyes and I go to this beach in Hawaii. It's a lagoon. And for the life of me, I can't pull that name out of the air.
Damn it. See, I can't
use it as part of biofeedback.
No, that isn't exactly where I'm looking at. This guy, on the radio station where I was working before the Delphi murders occurred, he was talking about it because he wanted something. And it was the same time as like Pizzagate happened. and he was talking about like him and his friends that got together because they was big into this, and they did the visual whatever it is called. And I mean, like as soon as somebody mentions it, I don't know exactly it. In fact, kind of weirded out a little bit that I can't think of it. Remote viewing. Fucking there it is. You know what? This show is
Remote
dedicated to
viewing?
you. Exactly. Remote
I've
viewing.
never heard it called that.
No, that's what. Have you ever heard of remote viewing?
No,
Oh,
but
go ahead.
I think it's the same thing that I was taught many years ago to get rid of stress.
Nope.
Close your eyes.
Nope.
And you go to a place.
Wrong. Not exactly.
Okay.
Because in that, you're using your imagination to go there. You see where I'm at? You're trying to visualize being there. This is where you're looking at something where you're not, but you're trying to see deeper into it. It would be like, as an example, if somebody said, okay, your house on Laguna Street, you ain't lived there in 30 years. Go there now and tell me what's in the basement. Okay, I would have to like put myself into this remote viewing mind thing, I guess, and actually put myself there. And then I would like scribble out things that I'm seeing. And then I would have to like look at these things that I'm seeing until I got a visual thing. And I say, okay, it's laid out like this with this, and these areas. And then, they would pick the people that could do this and were good at it. And then they would say, okay, we need you to tell us what's in the Kremlin. I mean, you see where I'm at? And that was the whole thing with the remote viewing. Well, this guy, exactly, the minute stare at goats. And that's what I was getting at with like CIA. So this guy was like talking about remote viewing, and he was talking about this, I don't know what I call it, like the DuPont Museum, and there was like millions of people being held captive under there, and that deals with Pizzagate. And I'm all thinking like, man, this guy's fucking loony, man. This guy's out of his fucking mind, And anyway, man, after a couple months, man, I bailed out on that. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? This show is over. Thank you for your time. I wasn't getting paid anyway. But anyway, man, I gave up on radio. But I was telling him that I brought up the radio because for 2.5 hours, which is a half hour longer than my show was, I've been just sitting here rambling about end times, the possibility that that the virus is a hoax, the possibility that it's the invisible scare. You see where I'm at? You don't know whether you have it or not. You may have it and not know it. You may be passing it to others and be putting other people's lives in danger. You got to take the vaccine. Or you will be considered an armed combatant and be killed on sight. Either be counted, get vaccinated, or be murdered. What's it going to be? Well, let's see. Do I believe in the invisible scare? I mean, the only person I see dying from it right now is me, and that's because you got bullets and I don't. That's kind of where I'm at. Thank you, Tony. You know what? If I didn't already dedicate this show to Wombat Dundee, you would be next. No, in fact, you know what? I'll do it. Might as well. I'm sorry, Wombat. But Wombat and Tony, you guys, this show is dedicated to you. This show is dedicated to you two. Thanks for being here.
Interesting, because I've never heard of remote viewing. And if you ask, go ahead and ask me what's in the basement of the house that I grew up in.
Okay, what's in the basement of the house you grew up in?
Nothing, because there was no basement.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Yeah, you know what? If I didn't already give the show to 2 other people, you would have been next in line for that.
For that answer?
Why not? It was the best answer that I've gotten tonight.
Well, let me tell you.
In 2.5 hours, you're the only person that called. Yeah. Well, no, there was another call. But then the lady's like, you're live now? Am I on live? Yes. Don't tell anybody my name. I said, I won't. I won't do that.
Well, the fact of the matter is you're talking to somebody who has a limited talent, and specific members of my family have had what I want to call strong intuition. And maybe that's why I'm feeling a little bit lost in this coronavirus thing, because I have.
Hold on. Wait a minute. On my show from here forth, it is going to be called The Invisible Scare. Okay. Carry on.
The invisible scare, let's discuss. Go ahead.
No. I was just chuckling, Invisible scare.
Let's just say for conversation purposes that this is a hoax.
Yes, exactly. And that is the way that I'm keeping it, because it is. I'm not telling people it's a hoax because I don't want people to be out there treating it like it's a hoax, because it could be real for what I know. And I'm not stating that it isn't real when it could be real. So I'm not trying to get people out there transmitting a disease that could be real, but I'm telling them, keep it in the back of your mind that it could be just bullshit. It could be.
Well, how would you feel if you found out it was a hoax? You personally?
Me personally? Well, that's kind of one reason why I'm making this show, because there is a part of me that don't believe it. I mean, there's a piece of me that ain't seeing it. I haven't seen anybody with it, but they're melting the economy of the world down. Well, why would they do that if it kills 1% and mainly people with blood type A that already have immune deficiencies? I mean, old people that are not are already near death.
Careful.
Why are you elderly and near death?
Not yet. But...
Well, neither am I. But neither am I, and I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about old people, man, whose immune systems are down. Shit like that. I mean, these are the people that are dying from it. It's not just everybody.
What if it was designed to cleanse the world of all old people?
Okay, well, in that case, I would have to say, then wouldn't it kill more than 1%? Wouldn't it be designed to kill all old people?
It's not over yet, if it even exists.
Correct, but you can tell from the people that had it already that only a limited number are dying. It isn't like, look, I think it was like 2%, or no, excuse me, 1% of people in their 50s die, 2% of people in their 60s die from it, 4% of people in their 80s die from it. Now, those are not big numbers. And literally, when you go under 50,
hits everybody.
People under 10 are not really dying from it. Now, I'm not saying that nobody under 10 could die from it if it's real. My point is that right now, people that have been under 10 that got it, none of them died. Most people that get it that are under 50 flu-like symptoms for a week or so. No different than regular flu.
No, I'm sorry. I'm stepping all over you. What if the disease or the invisible virus killed kids instead of old people, and it left old people alone? How do you think that would change people's attitude?
Would it be 1%? Would it be 1% of...
It doesn't matter. What if it was deadly to children?
Well, if it was deadly to children, is different than saying if it killed 1% and that 1% was mainly children. If it was...
Let's just say it killed 10%, and if 8 out of 10% were kids.
Okay, if that was the case, then this would be bigger if I was seeing it. I would have to see that it was happening in order to really believe it. I mean, you see where I'm at? I mean,
yeah, and, I think that one of the problems that people are having, because here in Denver, the park was full today, and lots of people out, people picnicking. It was 70 degrees, and at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, it's going to start getting cold again. What if we did see the deaths happening? How do you think people would react differently? And it was killing kids.
Well, I don't know. Look, the same applies, I believe. I was talking to a guy today, of which and he told me that his parents were elderly. And I said, well, make sure of course, and I'm positive that was already in his head. Make sure that if, anything was to happen, that you would not transmit anything to them. But that was already first on his mind because, I mean, like, we don't know. And I'm not saying that the invisible scare is not real. It may be real. It may kill 1% that are old. It may kill, it may be like that. I'm not questioning that it is exactly real. What I'm saying is there's a part of me that says it could be bullshit. Because whenever the media is making you look this way, and right now, the entire fucking world is looking at Corona. The entire world. I mean, this shit is as big as the fucking Beatles in 1963. People know its name, they know it's there, and they don't want to catch it and they don't want to transmit it. Perfect. Because that's great. But what if it goes beyond what it is? What if the next step is martial law and riots? They shut Vegas down. How long is that going on? I mean, how long will people be without a job? How is that going to affect the world reserve currency? Are we going to flatline? Are they going to do economic reset? What are they going to do? What's the big picture? Because right now, I'm just hearing that, yeah, 1% of, like, the people that die from it are old and their immune system is lowered. Okay, that don't sound much different than the flu. So what's the big panic? I mean, make sure the elderly are taken care of and aside of it. And anybody else that gets it, hey, man, you got the flu. And if it gets to this level, we'll help you. But until it does, we got to keep these people safe from it. That would be the difference. If it was like 10% and most of them were kids, and I was seeing that, then there would be a big scare because then I wouldn't go around children in the same way that I wouldn't go around elderly people now. Because if I did, or I was carrying it on me in any way, I wouldn't want them to contract it. I mean, you see where I'm at? I'm not saying that it ain't real. I'm just saying there's a part of me that says it could be bullshit. It could be the invisible scare. It could be a distraction for other means. And when I say other means, I'm talking PICs. I'm talking to people that run the fucking planet, that operate the news, that tell those fuckers what to say. That's who I'm talking about. It isn't me personally, because would my mind change? Yeah, if I seen it was real. I mean, if I knew somebody old that got corona and died of it, I would say, okay, you know what? I know somebody old of it and died of it. So now I do know that it's real. I mean, and I would tell people now I know it's real. But on the flip side, I don't want people to look at it logically that it could be bullshit. It could be the invisible scare, because next in line are interest rates that go below 0.25% and go negative. Negative interest rates means that at the bank, you will no longer be getting interest. They'll be taking interest. It goes in the reverse of how it is. That's why they had to lower interest rates, because there was a day when you could put your money in the bank and draw good interest on it and live off that. Well, you can't do that today. There ain't no way you can put money in the bank today and fucking draw money.
Is paying about 0.5%.
Yeah, exactly. You can't live on that unless you got $1 billion in there.
No, and I don't. But the fact of the matter is that that ties it up for 30 days. And I didn't want an extended period of time. Now, I've got an annuity that pays about 4%, and that was purchased 3.5 years ago. And that's the best interest rate I could get at that time. And yes, it does pay me some interest, not a lot. Can I live on it? Well, I don't think so. It would be real close, and I'd be, back in when my husband was in college days, and I'd be shopping very carefully. But no, I don't think it would cover the cost of my fuel. One of the things that I think people are having a problem with is that this last election cycle, there was so much, it wasn't news, it was propaganda put out by the media against various candidates. And it's happening now. If you look at Bernie Sanders and what they're doing to him, they want Joe Biden, the Democrats do, they want Joe Biden, who apparently is their strongest candidate, to face Trump.
God, I want you to think about that.
Pardon me?
I want people to think about that. Joe Biden, and I'm going to call him a little dementia. I don't think the guy's working with the proper brain in his head. Not from everything that I know and have seen. I've never thought the guy was very fucking bright. He's a tool in their system. He knows that once he's in, I mean, he'll do what we say. Because look, man, it's the same thing applies with Trump. I can run it like this. I can tell you right now, the elections in America are rigged. If you go vote, you're wasting your time. You're just signing an adhesion contract. They know who's going to win because they already have that shit tallied long before you ever go make a vote. They know exactly who's going.
And that's where you and I are going to agree to disagree. Because I think, during that election, I was telling, my close friends that, hey, this Trump candidacy is not a joke. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah.
And, Hillary's going to kick his ass and we're going to have to deal with her for the next 8 years.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. And I do believe, from what I know personally, that the Trump campaign was kind of surprised that they did carry as many states as they did and that he won. And they were not prepared. That campaign was not prepared. So if they knew that they were going to win, I don't think they prepared for it. And that's something that you and I haven't discussed before, but I happen to have an inside track on that.
Okay.
And I know that they weren't ready.
Okay, how do you know that they weren't ready?
I was there.
You was there with Trump?
Not exactly, but very close.
Okay. And did you hear Trump say he wasn't prepared?
I saw a lot of shock and surprise.
Yeah, that's called the news.
I did not hear him say he was not prepared. I do know that there was a concession speech written, and not a lot of effort was put into an acceptance speech.
I don't think that Trump has put a lot into, and I'm not downplaying the way he speaks. I love listening to him speak. You know what? I like watching the Trump rallies because the guy is entertaining. The guy is entertaining.
Very entertaining.
The guy gets up there, and it's the way he speaks. Like, you know what? We're doing an awesome job, just a really great job. They're great people. They're just really great. The greatest economy ever, man, is what we got. Yeah, seriously, they're just the best economy. It's the way he gets up there and says it. I like the way that he does it. It's entertaining. It's what people want to hear. People want to believe the thing, But on the flip side, if he was anything for America, God, there would be so many things that he would be doing that he ain't. He's running it like a corporation. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was.
But I think he's struggling with.
With what?
Is Nancy Pelosi, and she's like that mosquito. A mosquito that just won't go away. And she's always there. She's always changing things, and she's putting up a valiant resistance to what he wants to do. And she has been there long enough, like the Don Youngs of the world from Alaska. He's been in office, a long time.
Right.
I mean, decades. And is he effective? I can't even think of one thing that he did in 32 years on his own for Alaska. I mean, there was a road in Florida that he put through, he wrote a piece of legislation intended for a developer down there, and I can't remember a lot of the details. But is there any project that Don Young did for Alaska? I can't remember one. That's highly unusual. But, and you know, he doesn't even live in Alaska anymore. He lives in Washington, D.C. His home in Fort Yukon is a one-room cabin.
Okay, but get to the point about Trump.
The point about Trump is, I don't think. Boy, am I going to get in trouble with somebody? I don't know who. I don't think that there was a time when he expected to win. I really, truly don't.
He's a billionaire.
That campaign, because the fake news was so anti-Trump, and there was so much negative.
Yeah.
The negative news.
Okay, but hold on. Because what you are telling me is exactly what everybody believes. And when I see that everybody believes something, I already know it's a fucking play. Was it a surprise that he won? Yeah. And everybody's like, oh man, Trump won. All right. We ain't got to deal with fucking Hillary. Fuck yeah. Finally, they're all of our ass. That's what everybody was supposed to believe. That was the big show. Man, I mean, look, man, you go on YouTube and look at like the reactions of people when they found out Trump won. Oh, it's a hysterical. You got these fucking news anchors going, well, oh, fuck. Now what are we going to do? Holy fucking shit. I can't believe this just happened. You know, and they look like a bunch of whiny ass little babies at that point. Russian collusion. Blah, 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 blah. No, he's a racist. Blah, blah, blah. He's saying Chinese fucking virus. They're all a bunch of fucking idiots. And I don't buy the story. I don't. I'm not that guy, man. I ain't the guy that believes the fucking news. I'm totally opposite of that.
Now, I agree with you to some degree. And had I not lived part of it and worked on Republican campaigns for a long time, and I mean decades, and when I moved down south, I got involved in 2 campaigns. Do you know who Jerry Tarkanian is?
Joe Tarkanian?
Oh, shoot. No, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry Tarkanian, of course.
Okay, well, his son ran for Congress in Las Vegas, and I got involved until there was a 2,900-page document that's still on the internet somewhere of all the things that he had done in his life that were quasi-illegal.
Yeah.
And I saw what the Democratic machine in a town the size of, what, 1.5 million did to this man for all the things that, you know, you and I do normally. And some of it wasn't normal because he was involved in a $17 million bankruptcy.
Yeah.
With a horse ranch out in California.
Okay. But
that was, I mean, I saw the Democratic Party start up a machine and just ruin, it hurt his family terribly bad. And it was all fake news, or the major portion of it.
Yeah.
And there was nothing, the threat of a lawsuit, the threat of anything that would stop that machine. And it didn't matter to reporters in that town whether it was true or not. Somebody said it, they reported it.
Yeah, okay. That's called the big show. That's called the big picture.
And
That's called getting in there. What?
There was a big show up until the time Trump was elected. Now, he is a business leader, and you're right, he is corporate. He is accustomed to saying, okay, I want this done. And
yes, I know. That is the big fucking show. That's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm saying. What you are talking about is what I just got through telling people really don't fucking buy into it. Yeah, he won. Yeah, he was supposed to win. Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise. Yeah, the Democrats were supposed to look like idiots. It was supposed to drain the swamp. It was supposed to, all that. And that's what he's out there doing. Now, suddenly, we got the Chinese virus. And he comes out and calls it the Chinese virus. And I admire that shit. I do, Is it because he's standing up there playing the part of the guy who's got balls enough to fucking lay it out like it is. And people like that, man. People are enthused. People are entertained. People want more Trump. That is the purpose of Trump being there. And that is the point that I am making. Do I believe the whole of it? No. No, I don't. I know it's a big show.
I don't think you should.
I know that it's a show, and I mean, you're talking about the Democratic machine. That's no different than saying the fucking Clintons. That's no saying different than people going, Obama was a great fucking president. No, you're stupid. Alan Keyes would have been a good president. I would have voted for Alan Keyes all the way back to 95. You want a black president? Alan Keyes was your man. Now, Obama beat him in the debate in Chicago. I'm like, how? What do he have, a machine gun? How in the fuck could he beat fucking Alan Keyes in a debate? Alan Keyes would be sitting there talking like Ron Paul. He would have been laying out freedom, how it really is. He gets into office. He's corporate president. He's running it like a corporation. He's doing it like a corporation, same as every other president. He's not ending all these codes and statutes. He's not giving back common law. He's not ending the Fed. He's not putting us back on the gold standard. He's not fucking doing this. He's not doing that. He's not doing the other damn thing. He's running it the same as any fucking other person would. The only difference is he's putting up a wall. Greatest economy ever. Greatest black employment numbers ever. Best Latino numbers in history of mankind. Greatest economy. We're 22 trillion in debt. Do I believe it? You know what? No. But of course I haven't in 20 fucking years believed it. I believe that other people believe it. I know other people will sit and tell me like how they see it. But do I believe it like that? No. And I don't think other people should look at that as the reality when I don't think that it is the real reality. I think it's a part of the big fucking scare.
Well, and I agree with you because I spent a lot of years spinning stories and spinning the way the people I worked for wanted it to be presented to the public, so it was believable. Now, did I ever go out on a limb like some of what has happened, say the Russian dossier and things like that? No, because those things, if you say that strongly, that often, and people believe it, you're putting yourself in the position to be sued, and you're going to be sitting right in the middle of a lot of litigation. Now, what I want to tell you, and I don't know if I have in the past, is that when I registered to vote at 18 in Michigan, I was a registered Democrat for 22 years.
Yeah.
And I have voted for a Libertarian. I have voted for Republicans, and I vote for Democrats. I vote for the person. I do not vote along party lines. Never have.
Well, you know what? See, that is where we would, where you and I would disagree. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're in there voting for the person, and I mean, like, and I've heard other people say the same thing. It's like, well, I don't go in and vote Democrat or Republican. I vote for the person. Well, you don't know the fucking person, for one thing. You don't know really shit about them except for what they put on the news. Now, what they put on the news, you can believe it. You can play party.
No, it's total spin.
Well, thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm alluding to here.
No, it is. Because I used to get paid to spin.
Exactly. Okay. Right.
And I'll tell you who the biggest person that, and I have talked to you about her, and that was the former governor of the state of Alaska. I was on the campaign trail with her. Did I work for her campaign? I contributed different bits of advice to her campaign. But I was actually in the same bathroom with her more than once, multiple times at different events. And the state of Alaska might be big, but it's truly small. The population's only about 767,000.
Yeah, that is small for such a big state.
It is.
It's very, very small.
You know, I wanted to believe in her. Number one, because she was female, because she seemed to have her shit together. And the first woman governor in the state of Alaska, it should have been a woman named Arlis Sturgeluski, who ran previous, and because of some dirty, nasty things that happened, she lost. And she should not have lost. And that was back in the late 80s, early 90s. But, no, Sarah Palin was one person during the campaign, and when she got into the governor's office, she just flipped a switch. And I don't know if it was the power. I don't think it was the power. I think it was more that she was never the person on the campaign trail. And I saw some things that I really didn't like, but it was a little late. She was the nominee. And she won. But she didn't win on her merits because they were so fake. And when she got into the governor's office, she couldn't be trusted. She'd tell you one thing and she'd do the complete opposite. And she always carried 2 cell phones with her. 2 Blackberries at that time. And she was always on them. And if you're always on the frickin' phones, you can't be running the state of Alaska. And her staff carried her through that. And then she wound up resigning after just a fiasco in office.
Yeah, hey, hang on. I mean, I would love to sit here and talk Sarah Palin all night, but really that is not my job here at all. I don't really...
No, my point is that none of these campaigns, none, are real. Not even one.
Yeah, that much I kind of believe. But again, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Oh, it is, and I agree with you. I'm supporting you 100%.
Well, no. Hold on here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Because earlier you said we're going to have to agree to disagree here. Because I think that Trump did get in, and he wasn't prepared to win. But no, he was actually out there stating, now, if you look at the numbers, and we're looking at the numbers really closely, really closely is how we're looking at the numbers, real close here, okay? Because he likes to repeat shit like that, like 3 or 4 times. You know, it's very entertaining. People like that out of Trump. So do I. I think it's very entertaining. But do I believe it? No, because I've known for 20 fucking years that anybody that's getting into that fucking office, at the head of the fucking like free world office right there, that corporate president was handpicked to be there before they ever won, or they never would have got the fucking nomination. That much I assure you. They control the vote to that level. Now, I'm talking about the PICs. I ain't talking about it's just all a game of craps of who goes out and votes and all this shit. No, nobody accidentally gets in there like Trump. That shit don't play. The PICs wouldn't have it. Because let me tell you what happens. Let's say Trump is that guy. Let's say he's the guy that just got in, man, and he paid for this and he got in and he's in there and he's going to change America back to the good old days, right? He's going to change it back to a great, prosperous nation once again. He would have been JFK before he ever fucking raised his hand to be inaugurated. They would have killed him deader than a fuck. Because the PICs don't play that game. And if he was in there trying to do what the PICs did not want him to do, his best friend would be fucking paid to go in and kill him. Because that's how they operate. They have that kind of power. They have that kind of control. They own the people that are around him. So do I believe that he's just in there because people went and voted for him and it was, oh, now look at the Democrats are wallowing in their mess. No, fuck no, man. I think that people that watch TV believe that. People that fucking take television in, they believe the big story. I'm telling people it's a ride, man.
You know, I saw polling numbers, and all
was it on the news?
Go ahead.
Was it on the news that you seen the polling numbers?
No. I go directly. I'm on the receiving end of polling numbers from all over the country. And the problem in the last presidential campaign is that the numbers that the news organizations were releasing were heavily Democratic. And that's not the numbers that I saw directly from the polling companies. Because when you poll in one state, say Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, or whatever, as part of an organized party, you usually get the numbers, at least from your district, from the presidential campaign. None of those numbers matched the entire campaign that matched the news media.
Correct. The news media was, and this is the way it is to be believed, they were lying about the numbers because they was pressing for Hillary, and Hillary went out there thinking she was going to win, but she lost because America, man, they went out and made the right choice for Trump. I mean, that is the big show. That is what I point at. Is look, man, these polling numbers, it depends on where you're getting them from. It depends on what you're looking at. Are you looking at the real numbers, or are they giving you what they want you to see? I mean, how does that play? Because the polling numbers, and it depends on who you take them from. Is it scientific? Was it everybody? Or was it a sample of? Was it a Democratic sample? Was it taken by a Democrat? You know, there's a lot that goes into these polling numbers. Now, and again, if I'm looking at the polling numbers, I'm looking between two people. Two people that I feel was already set in place to be where they are by the PICs to be divided. Now, when you got two people up there, okay, if you own both people, then you can say, yeah, you know what, though? We don't like the way that, I mean, you know, we want you to say this, but we want that to be beat. You know, we want her to win. And because, you know, because they're going to have their reasons. And no different than with Ronald Reagan. Let me go back to Ronald Reagan election when he was running against Carter. Well, he was running against George Bush Sr. Now, George Bush Sr. was out there, and he said, Reaganomics is voodoo economics. Wow. Okay, that's a bold statement for another Republican to say about their, the person running for the nomination. But when Reagan won, who did he pick as his vice president? George Bush. Why? Because he got a call from the PICs. George Bush is going to be the VIP. Bye. If you never watched, what was that? Barney Miller. Same thing. That's how it applies. Because they was going to make sure their man was in the fucking White House. They was going to make sure that they had their guy there. That all bases were covered. Nothing has changed. Their power's only grown. The PICs own this fucking place. That is the fact. Now, again, do I think that Trump just made it in there because people voted for the right guy and there he is and he's going to change it? No, because he, in 4 years, man, in 4 years, he hasn't really changed anything. I mean, people can say a great economy. Where's the fucking money? Where's all this money in this great economy? I don't see these great prosperous jobs. I don't see all these yuppies out there. I don't see people making millions and millions of dollars suddenly. No, 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 no. We're over 22 trillion in debt. Trump knows that. Trump ain't ending the Federal Reserve. He ain't going gold standard. He ain't getting rid of shit. Everything is the same as it fucking was. The only difference is now we have somebody that we can say, yeah, make America great again. He's doing what he said. He's doing exactly what he said when people don't even know what the real fucking problem is. People have no idea about the real fucking problem. People watch the news and think that they know the problem. What they know is the talking points. They know what they're told to believe. That's the fucking problem. That's the problem with America.
The big problem. And I would say that in the last 5 to 10 years, there has been an increasing amount of being spoon-fed news. And I'll use an example. You know, when CNN first came on the air, I don't know if you probably weren't even born yet.
When CNN, yeah, I was. Yes, I was. Yeah, I remember when CNN came on. I remember, man,
Okay.
CNN.
You remember when the station wasn't on the air yet, they had those fancy patterns on TV and counting down the days and all that. I used to think CNN was very informative. I lived in Alaska. It was the only news show on. And I thought Ted Turner walked on water because he started CNN. And I had it on a lot. I enjoyed that. But over the decades, it has morphed into almost pure propaganda.
Well, it has, but then again, I mean, I would also state what news network hasn't.
Well, I'm using CNN because it's such a blatant example.
It is. It's the best example, in my opinion.
Followed that, and instead of the old Huntley, Brinkley, Walter Cronkite, and I know Walter Cronkite was a Democrat all the way, but you could count on what he said to be as close to fact as you would ever know when you were on a farm in Michigan.
You know what? I'll put it to, I'll give it to everybody like this. The further back you go, the bigger it was kept secret. The Democratic Party of the 1960s is not the Democratic Party of today. You see where I'm at?
Not at all.
Okay,
Not at all.
The Republican Party back then is not the Republican Party of today.
Not at all.
They have more to two sides of a coin to divide us between the two. And this is what I was telling somebody the other night, the same thing. You know, they're like, well, yeah, I'm not for abortion. Neither am I. I think it's killing a fucking kid. It is killing a kid. Well, that's why I'm not a Democrat. I said, well, that's the dividing fucking factors. They divide everything left, right, left, right, left, right. We're for Christianity. Well, we're for anything. We're for this. Well, we're not. We're for forcing vaccines. We don't want to force vaccines. You know, it's all these little fucking dividing points to keep America fucking divided. It's all it's really about is dividing us. I go back to the founding fathers. United we stand, divided we fall. Guess what, people? Guess what? We're divided now. You know who's fallen? We are. You know why? Because people believe the fucking news. Now, I remember back in the time, same as you, identical to you, when I used to watch CNN because I did feel it was a good source for news. I did, man. I would watch CNN way back in the day because, man, that was better than what we had as our normal nightly news. I mean, this ran like 24/7 where you could just go catch up on world events just like that. There it was. And I remember like taking in CNN way back. I mean, of course. I mean, because there was that time. Nobody's born awake. I'll put it to you like that. Nobody's born in knowing. Because until you start questioning what is the reality and start looking into the reality and finding answers, you have nothing to stand on. The only thing you have to stand on is the talking points on national news. And that's where people are. When they wake up and they go to work, what do they talk about? They talk about what's on the news. They talk about, well, I heard that. Well, yeah, man, I heard, yeah, well, and it goes on and on like that because that's the day-to-day conversation. You eat what you're told, you go to bed when you're told, you go to work when you're told, you do this because you're told. Everything is about being told. The one thing we ain't got is the freedom and the liberty of old, man. We ain't got common law. We don't have the right to go pursue happiness. Like, where's my fucking happiness? I have happiness, but I found it here.
And I think you're totally right.
It's not that we have anything that we was actually set out to have. We're the furthest thing from being sovereign. We are lost souls, but we think that we got something. We don't. What we have is a handful of fucking promissory notes that are really fucking worthless paper underneath. And that is where the promissory notes are headed, to worthless paper. Because if they do an economic reset, man, the Federal Reserve notes are basically going to zero. They'll give you a new currency in their place. But they're not going to, how do I put it? Any losses that occur monetarily, you're not repaid for that. Because, hey, guess what? We had to reset, either that or billions would die. There's always going to be that little subtle reason of that. It's for your own good. It's for your own good, America. Go back to bed now. America's well cared for under Trump. That's what they want you to believe. And I don't buy into it. I don't believe it like that. I'm not one of those people. I never have been, really. No, I was. I'll take that back. When I go back to 1984, I did vote in 84. I voted for Reagan over Mondale. And Reagan won in a fucking landslide. Because at that time, I was just getting into politics. Into learning politics. Because when you go back before Reagan, man, I didn't know. What's a Democrat? What's a Republican? I have no idea. They're our president, right? Yeah, okay, that's good enough, man. Okay. I wasn't hit with anything hard or dark at that time, at that age. But then I started looking at it when they had the big Reagan economy. People were making money. So was I. It was a great time, man. Everything was great through that time. And I remember it because when George Bush Sr. took office, and I forget who it was he ran against. Who was it he ran against?
George Bush Sr.?
Yeah.
I can't remember now.
Yeah, you know what? I need to go look that up. But I did not vote for Bush. Prior to, I think I voted for a president twice. And that was H. Ross Perot in 92 and Reagan in 94.
I voted for Perot.
Yeah, so did I. I liked Perot. I did. You know what? Yeah. And Perot would have won.
He didn't have talented staff behind him that could make his message palatable to the general public.
No, I disagree. I disagree entirely. And I say that for this reason. Because H. Ross Perot, me, and my friend, man, we backed him at 100%. Now, right there, and it was like halfway through the nominations, I believe, he bailed out. Well, he was in the lead, man. He was in the lead over Clinton and Bush, right? He had a commanding lead. So what happened, man? He got out. And I told my friend, man, and I had to sit down for a while. It was probably a week or so. And I told my friend, I said, you know what? I think he'll get back in. Did you hear that he was getting back in? I said, no, but I just think that he was saving money by getting out, but he knows he's going to win it. Sure enough, he hopped back in, but he lost because by the time he got back in, they had taken over. They had a bigger commanding lead over him. And then it became hard for him to win. Now, had he not got out through the nominations, you know what? He would have ended up winning. But the PICs told him, we're not going that route. We are not going to have that. So, you know what? It was a good plan, but get out or we're probably going to kill your family. All right. And then he got back in to make it look like, well, he was just trying to save money, this or that, and, blah, 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 blah. Well,
I don't think he had any money problems.
Maybe he did not. But here's the thing. Why, if he wanted to be president, did he leave? Why did he leave and then come back when he had a commanding lead beforehand and then lost it when he came back? You see, that didn't make any sense to me. That made zero sense to me. Now, I heard at that time, and at that time, I wasn't even in the know of the PICs. You know, I mean, I didn't know anything about that, but I heard that he got a call and they said, get out or we'll kill your family. And now when I look back on that, I'm like, okay, now I get it. Now I know who did that, because that's exactly how the PICs talk. They don't talk about killing you. They talk about, like, we'll kill your fucking loved ones, man. If that's what you want, stay in. And you know what? If you win, then we will kill you and your family. You know, we'll wreck Air Force One. We don't give a shit. We'll blow it out of the fucking sky and say it ran out of fuel, or the pilot went mad, or some bullshit story like that. But if they put it on the news, America will fucking believe it. They'll buy it. I mean,
and
go ahead.
It's amazing, I guess, to be sitting here now talking with you from your standpoint, when for all these years, most of my adult life, I was the one that was paid to put the spin on a political candidate. And then afterwards, I always had a positive spin for whatever negative was happening at that point in time. Because you can train yourself to bring out positive points for the worst situation. And I think that's what Trump's doing now. One of the things that caught my ear that you said is calling this virus the Chinese virus.
Yeah.
It is. It came out of China.
Well, we say it came out of China, but where was it produced?
That's to be determined, and I think it will be determined.
Well, you say to be determined, but where would we hear it from? Where would we hear it from? Where would we hear where it was determined? From the news. Tell me I'm wrong. We would hear it from the news where it was created. Will they come out with that?
I use the news like I use Facebook for a starting point to do research.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I never, ever believe on face value the news or anything that's on Facebook.
Okay.
And it makes me stop and think, and how do I verify this? Or how do I debunk it? And then I go to academics or science journals that aren't propaganda, because I think our news is propaganda now.
I think science has become propaganda.
Some science is. Now,
well, you can't say some science.
Well,
I mean, you can't break it down and say some good is good. Either it's science A with scientific reasoning, or B, it's bullshit and scientists say because they're getting money to say. Because when people tell me about climate change, I'm like, yes, the climate is always changing. But it's from automobiles. How do you know that? Scientists say, dude, are you a denier? Yeah, well, maybe I fucking am. Maybe I just think that these scientists are fucking saying that because you know what I haven't seen is their fucking data. If they're looking at data that expressly shows that cars are doing it, then what's the data? Is that fucking top military secret, this data you're holding? Or are you just a scientist that says for the fucking money for the PICs so they can get a carbon tax and charge us for breathing? That would be a next step. Hey, you're alive, aren't you? Well, you got to pay us for that. You got to pay for that breath. I mean, my God, you're not an edible animal. You got to work. You got to pay us taxes. You got to pay for this and that. My God, you can't just sit there and be free. What do you think you are, like an American? People are drowned in that shit.
No, I agree with you. But let's talk about, say for an example, DNA.
Okay.
From my perspective, I didn't know a lot about DNA. I know the basics that everybody else knows.
Yeah.
And when I got into following different murders and crimes across the country, I finally got smart about DNA. But where did I go? I didn't go to the news. I didn't listen to the propaganda that was out there. I went to scientific journals that aren't based on pay. They're actual reports of scientists throughout the world that are looking at DNA.
That's where people should go.
Because I wanted to understand it. And what I didn't understand, you helped through genetics explain to me. Now, that's what people have to do before they start believing every damn news story that's on CNN or Fox News or any other news corporation right now.
That's exactly where my agreement lies.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was telling people. It's like, look, if you believe something because it's on the news and you don't go fact check that shit, guess what? You're a person that believes the news. You know what?
And a lot of people do.
You would believe anything if it was on the news. If they said it enough times, you would start to believe it because you heard it so many times, your mind would start to take over. You watch your television shows. It's like, you know, because somebody says something like that's conservative. It's all a fucking spin. Everything. The music, the television shows, the news, what the president says, the troubles of the world. It's all fucking caused for a reason. And some things.
Tell me where you think reality TV.
Reality TV is bullshit.
Reality TV is.
Reality TV is complete bullshit. I never.
It is.
I don't watch that shit, man. I know people. Look, man. I was at a concert. I think it was. God, let me think what that was. Oh, it was Ozfest. Had to think about that because I was down there with my brother, and he's a big Ozzy fan, and I went and seen. It was actually Black Sabbath with Ozzy Osbourne, and Judas Priest opened up for him. It was really awesome, man. It was like going back. But anyway, man, he wanted his ticket signed, and he seen that somebody was over there signing something over to our left. So I go over there with his ticket and to get it signed for him. I mean, you have to understand how this operated. So I go over there and I'm standing in line because like I wasn't that happy with the band that was on anyway, man. And he was like right there up front, by the stage and shit. So I said, yeah, man, I'll go over there and get an autograph for you. I'm over there in this big ass fucking line, right? And it was so far back behind in this line that I can't even see who in the hell's signing, but I know that somebody's up there signing. So I asked the guy, I think he was security. I'm like, who's signing the autographs? He's like, Rupert. Like, Rupert? He's like, from Survivor. And I'm like, oh, Jesus H. I'm like, okay, thanks, man. So I go back and I hand my brother his ticket. And I'm like, nah, dude. I go, it's Rupert, man. He's a Survivor singer. He goes, yeah, I don't care. He goes, I'm like, dude, you're going to make me look like a dumbass because I told that guy, I'm like, you're fucking kidding me. People are standing in line for Rupert from Survivor. I'm thinking the band Survivor because it's a rock concert, And I'm like, dude, you're going to make me look like a dumbass going back over there and getting in line. I go up there and I'm standing right there. I have no idea who this Rupert guy is. I want to make that clear. I had no idea who he was. And I'm standing right there. This guy's a little drunked up, okay? I mean, you can definitely tell that this guy had been drinking a little bit. This like lady's handing her the phone, her cell phone, and she's like, "There, man, say hi to my mom." And he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" "Yeah, it's me," And I'm like, God, why are people making such a fucking big deal about this guy? I mean, I'm thinking he's the singer for Survivor, like, way down in Africa. It's like, I'm like, this is fucking insane. So I left and I was like right up there toward the front. And I went back and I handed him the ticket. I'm like, yeah, dude, I ain't doing this, man. I'm not going to hang out in that line. People are fucking morons over there. Now, as this goes on, man, I was in Kokomo and I was right out of prison at that time. I mean, it was like right after I got out of prison. So I'm in Kokomo and I was with a friend of mine's mom, and she's actually younger than I am by a couple years. And she was watching Survivor, all right, the show. And she goes, well, tonight's big night because like Rupert and blah, blah. And I'm like, wait a minute. Rupert? And she's like, yeah, Rupert from Survivor. I'm like, it's like 2 + 2 added up in my mind real quick. And I'm like, wait a minute, what does this Rupert guy look like exactly? And when I seen him, I'm like, yeah, that's the dude right there, man. That's him. That's that guy, And she's like, he was down there signing an argument. Did you get one? I'm like, no, man. Nor would I now. I mean, you're sitting there watching reality television. It's Rupert, man. Okay, had I known that at the time, I would have been like, dude, I'm not going to go get that guy's autograph. Come on, man. Don't play that guy. I don't want to be embarrassed for you, man. You're my younger brother. So anyway, that's my history with reality television. I think it started along the lines of Survivor. And I'm telling everybody, it's like, look, man, reality television's fake as fuck. It's all fake. It's all scripted. They're supposed to say that. It's supposed to look like reality. And that's what you're to believe, that it's real. It really all, no. It's scripted to be like that. It's just filmed like it's reality. It's all a show. It's just like the government. It's a show, man. I'll put it to you like this. Trump is to the United States what Rupert was to Survivor, okay? They are one of the same character playing the same role. He's entertaining. He's what people want. He's what people want to believe in. Is it real? No. It's just a part of the big ride.
I know you don't want to talk about Sarah Palin, but I have to tell you something hilariously funny. The first or second year she was in office, the governor always pardons the turkey at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And you get my drift. Trump does it. It's tradition. So what do they do with Palin? They trot her out to the only existing turkey farm in Alaska. Okay, there's a couple hundred turkeys around her, and she picks one out and she pardons this turkey. In the meantime, in the background, and this is terrible. I don't know if I can get it out of my mouth.
Okay,
they were feeding turkeys into the beheading machine in the background on this turkey pardon day. And it was done purposely.
Yeah, of course it was.
Oh, yeah. I had no part of it. No part, but it was a great thing. There's Palin pardoning the turkey as governor of Alaska, and behind her, you can see the turkeys being fed into the machine. And, it made me sick. And a lot of people didn't see the background. And sure enough, people saw that, and what a horrible thing, and how stupid can her staff be for allowing that to happen? Well, it did. And it was kind of a get even with Palin because she had done so many stupid things. And that was just one of them.
Hey, I got a question for you.
I got an answer.
Okay, Dr. Piper wants to know, Ms. Cab, did you see Russia from Sarah's front porch?
Well, let me explain to you how to get to Russia from Palin's front porch in Wasilla.
Is it a long flight?
No, you first have to walk across Big Lake. And doing that, if you survive it, then you can walk to the airport and you can get on a jet and fly at least 3 hours out to Diomede Island. And that is, one island is owned by the United States and one island is owned by Russia. And a jet plane can go about 1,500 miles in 3 hours comfortably. And my guess is it's a 3-hour flight to where you can see Russia. And you have to be on an island to do it. Now, is it possible that the Palins have a cabin there? I don't think so, because there are no houses on that island. Could they have camped there once? I guess so, if they went by boat or helicopter.
Well,
but no, you can't see Russia from Palin's front, back, side porches at all.
but if he was in the CIA, you could remote view it from her front porch.
You know, I'm gonna look into that.
Okay, look into it, and if you find anything agreeable, I do want to know, because I don't know, man. I think that there's things that they tell us the CIA does that's complete bullshit. I think that there's things that the CIA does that we'll never know about that is absolute fact. That's how the CIA operates. That's why they're Central Intelligence. Guess who we aren't? We're not the CIA. In fact, man, most of us we should be using our brains a lot more than what we are. I think that most people are behind the curve there.
You know, you are responsible for me doing a lot of research.
I'm happy.
And I'm going to be honest with you about that. And one of the things that we had discussed was the satellite view of Delphi.
Yeah.
On February 13th, 2017. So on a whim, I went into databases and I started researching the latest military technology that could have photographed the Delphi area during the time the murders were occurring, or in or about that time, to see if there was a vehicle parked near the DPS building.
Yeah.
And I am getting there. You have to dig pretty. It's not readily available information. Let's put it that way. But I believe that the technology exists where they know exactly what kind of car that is. The only thing they don't have is a license plate. I think we have military capabilities of seeing rocks on the ground at the Monon Bridge.
I do too. In fact,
in the stream in Deer Creek.
That was one thing that had occurred to me, like, a long while back is, okay, look, you got the Federal Bureau of Investigations. They know the approximate time that it took place. Now, I know that they got satellites that could definitely view a person and follow them. Follow that person via satellite.
They have, because didn't they
visually
Osama bin Laden?
They could visually do that. Yes, exactly. And, once again, I'll point out that Osama bin Laden was dead years before they came out and said, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Like my ass. Look, man, he was the most wanted man in the world forever. He died of kidney problems because he had to get dialysis every 2 weeks. It's like, how in the hell is a man that tall going to be missed? A man worth that much money, how would he be missed? How could a CNN reporter get in there and get a report with him and talk to him when the government's looking for him and have no idea where he's at? How could that go down? Well, it can't, unless you believe the big ride. Then you believe it. Then you believe the talking points. Then you believe it's real like that. Whereas, and I'm sitting here, man, I'm looking at like 9/11, which was like, okay, I can't say it was bullshit because people died. And that's a reality. And I know that people died. And I'm not saying that that's fake. But what I'm saying is that what really happened was shit. Because they knew that was going to happen. They had jets scrambled. NORAD would have had that plane down in minutes. 20 minutes after it went off of its thing, man, there should have been F-16 on its wing. Right after that, you need to land. You need to get on that radio and explain what it is you're doing. You have passengers. This is America. We don't play that game. That's how NORAD operates. But to think that they went all the way into New York over a no-fly zone and then fucking like went into the World Trade Center and both of them pancaked down, including Building 7, which wasn't hit. It was a steel frame building. Both of those were meant to take like it was bigger than a 747. 3 of them and still remained standing because they were still framed buildings. Then they say, well, the jet fuel melted the metal. No, it didn't. It don't burn that fucking hot. It can't melt it. It can't make it collapse. It was bullshit, man. They were made to collapse. They were made to pancake. That's why they didn't fall on other buildings and shit. Same with Building 7. It collapsed in the middle, bam, straight to the ground. Just like with gravity, just it was imploded. All fucking three of them. They made out big on that. They enacted the Patriot Act, Homeland Security. Did that ever get a fucking terrorist? I never seen it. I seen a bunch of bullshit like the underwear bomber or whatever, the tennis shoe bomber or some shit like that. You know, the madman that was with the CIA operative. But no, all of that was on us. Now I'm going to take you back. I'm going to tell you about a friend of mine. He was living in Sioux City, Iowa. I forget what it was. Well, for one, I know that he had been drinking a little bit, but he told his sister that, you know, he was just getting really tired of everything and that, you know, he didn't want any more and blah, 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 blah. Was feeding her kind of a story. Well, she called the cops to go over and do like a security check on him, make sure he didn't kill himself, right? Well, he didn't answer the door. So they're pounding on the door, man, and they knew he was in there. All right. And he had said something to him. And they're like, well, we want to know that you're okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Well, we need to see you. No, you don't. Yeah, we do. Well, you need to get the fuck out of here because I ain't coming out. So he stayed in there, man, and they gathered people around. You know what? I could tell you his name. I don't think he would be pissed off over that. But then again, he might because people might try to reach him or something. But I'll put it to you like this. This is what was in the paper because I looked it up and it's online. They surrounded his house. Now, they brought the big guys in because they knew he had weapons, okay? I mean, he had bought weapons legally. I mean, he owned the weapons. And they felt that he was in there under like some emergency, I'm going to kill myself crisis. And they're trying to get him out of the house, man. And I think he was in there for about 24 hours after the cops arrived in kind of a standoff. Now, he didn't pull a weapon on him, or he didn't even threaten to pull a weapon on him. And he was trying to call out to his sister. And every time he'd pick up the phone and dial her number, they would answer. And he says, how is it that I'm trying to make a call and you are picking it up? And the guy says, didn't you ever hear of Homeland Security? We can intercept your calls. That's what it's about. That's what Homeland Security is really about. It's about that they can tap your phone. They can listen to everything you say. If you got a cell phone, every single thing you say into that phone goes into their database. Everything. That computer knows you at a psychological level beyond what you would even comprehend. It knows your next fucking move before you even know it. That at that level is how well you're known by that computer. That computer basically operates the big show. It's the one that can do the scientific experiments. It's the one that can ready society. It's the one that says give them fluoxetine. It's the one that says this will do this and put it in their food. This will create cancer. Make it sound like it's healthy. You know, this GMO will really offset cancer in like 20 some years after hard ingestion of it. Over a year, you know. Hey, eat your blah, blah, blahs all the time. They're just great. What? Look at the guy smile on the commercial. You know, and that's how they get this shit into your mind. Now, with that, you know, that's what 911 was about. It was about getting rid of what they wanted to get rid of, about collecting off of it, about already having these laws wrote and enacted into law. And that's what it was about sticking that penis just 2 inches further up your ass without lube. And I'm talking about no warm air fan to like, you know, wipe with. I'm talking about just a, how do you like that? Homeland Security, isn't it good? Doesn't it feel good to be an American? Don't you feel free now that we can just stop terrorists? Fucking show me a terrorist. On top of that, man, if they were all that concerned, the federal government, about terrorists, why didn't they ever fucking throw a wall up before? I mean, didn't they think that these fucking terrorists could just walk right on through like anybody else? Of course. Of course they did. And which applies right to what I'm saying. 9/11, it was total toilet paper, man. It was that full wad of shit right there. But when it's thrown on the news, when you're watching the buildings go down live, when you see it happening, you know, then it takes on a different view. Then you believe it. Then you see it. And you see, and what, like when those buildings fell, man, I mean, like my heart stopped. I'm like, holy mother of God. A bunch of people just died. A bunch of people just died. Because there was people on top of that fire that was in that building. You know those people didn't get out. And there was like 3,500 people that died that day. Now, when you look at it like that, the most secure building in America would have to be the fucking Pentagon. All right? The Pentagon.
Fort Knox.
Well, okay, Fort Knox, but at the same time, the outside of Fort Knox, I mean, like, once you go through the gate, I mean, there's a difference. The outside of the Pentagon is, it's secured. You don't go into the Pentagon. I'll put it to you like that. And unless you got the okey doke, you don't just walk on in. Anyway, we're to believe a plane kind of came in, a big ass fucking jet, and went right into the side of the Pentagon. Now they're showing this after it happened, and there's a hole in the side of the Pentagon. Where's the plane? The fire melted it. The fire got rid of it. They're out there picking pieces up, and they show that. Well, where's the videotape of it? Where's this videotape of it hitting the fucking Pentagon? I mean, this is 2001. This is 19 years ago. This isn't before the day of technology. I mean, like, shit. But there is no example of that. Nobody can show me a plane that hit that. Nobody can tell me a plane hit that fucking building. I know better when I seen it. Now, people was saying it was a, God, what do you call it? Rockets.
Missile?
Yeah, like a Scud missile? Something along that line that was shot at it. And I'm like, okay, well, why are people saying that? Well, I'm looking at it and they're saying plane. Okay, well, is it a plane? I mean, because if I'm believing plane, I'm believing the news. So then I'm questioning, well, is it a plane? Or, I mean, if it was a Scud missile, I mean, then I'm out like, well, why would they try to cover up that it was a Scud missile rather than releasing that? Well, then I start digging further, and then it was like the further I got in looking at that, I'm like, oh, shit, man, this is like everything else. It's just a piece of the big show. But once again, as always applies, they don't give a fuck about who dies. They don't care. Hell, man, if all of them, everyone in America died, they wouldn't give a shit. They would be happy. It's less money that they got to worry about. It's less people they got to fucking put out for. This planet's only so big. They grew it to where they wanted it to be. They're probably fixing to call off a large majority. It's not that thought hasn't crossed my mind, because there comes that time. How do you get rid of people? Well, one, you can round them up, quarantine them, fucking scare them, forcefully inoculate them, whatever you want to fucking do. But the people got to believe it to go along with it. Why do they want to take your guns away? Because we're not stupid enough to get on the fucking train without one. When you come around to round us up to put us on the train, do you think we're going to go with all like in knowing? No. The people that are programmed to, they'll hop right on. They want to get to the food and medication that they need. Understood. But at the same time, that's why you're on all that shit. That's why they get you to believe it. That's why people believe the big show. I don't. I haven't in, God, over 20 years. And I mean, I take that back to the latter 90s is when it started to be like revealed to me in pieces, like with the Federal Reserve. But when you look into the now Zeitgeist came out, and I really ain't got anything bad to say about Zeitgeist, but I mean, I do think that there was a degree of programming within it. But it's because the background music and the way that was applied, that kind of hinted me toward. But when I fact checked Zeitgeist, there wasn't anything in there that they were saying that was a lie. Anything that was in Zeitgeist, and especially Zeitgeist Addendum, whole lot of truth. And so much so that, I mean, I kind of really applauded it at the time. But the guy that was running the Zeitgeist movies, he's French, and he has the Venus Project. I know people that are in full backing of that as like a long range goal. But you know what? If you never watched Zeitgeist or you don't know what I'm talking about, go to Google and put in Zeitgeist and then put in Zeitgeist Addendum. and that will pull up the. You know what? I'll go do that, and I'll pull the website up.
Spell that for me.
Hold on. Let me pull up the website, and I'm going to post it. Zeitgeist Film Series. It's got its wiki. I want website because it does have its own website. Zeitgeist Film Series. Here it is. It's actually zeitgeistmovie.com. But if you had never watched Zeitgeist, watch Zeitgeist and Zeitgeist Addendum right there at that link. That will show it to you, and it really says a lot in those. I mean, when you watch that, you will at least be like clued in. It will clue you in as to what's happening. It talks about the PICs. It talks about how they control the world, how they do it through central banks, how they do it through anything that you look at has a degree of emotional programming added in, all of it. Be it, a television show, a movie, anything that you see that is handed out in the bread and circus lines, it's all got its degree of emotional programming to make you believe one thing and dislike another. They all have that. All movies, all songs, they're wrote for those reasons. And all of them pertain to one thing. You got to be owned, man. Somebody's got to look out for you. Look, you're a poor American. Come on. You want free college? Think you could be a doctor. Free. Until you become a doctor and you go, my God, I would have been better off making fries. I ain't making shit. Everybody's got free health care. It's like a line outside and I'm making so many dollars a patient. Fuck, this sucks. I thought I was going to be a big doctor. Well, no, man. Now half the fucking people are doctors and most of them are fucking flipping burgers. That's the shit, man. That's the direction they want to lead us. And when I look at colleges today, when it's like really highbrow to be socialist, like, wow, where in the fuck are your eyeballs, man? In your ass? It's like, it's highbrow? Really? Now I got highbrow for you, man. I'll flop out my highbrow real quick. You can't do that when you're in front of a camera. I'll point that out, man. I'm not really pulling it out. I'm not really doing that, man.
Well, and it's like going back to reality TV. Most of the television shows about Alaska, the Brown family that lived off the land and they had kids, and that was total bullshit. They lived in Ketchikan, and they went out to that site film. That's it. Some of the time they lived in Seattle. So it was all make-believe. Every bit of it was make-believe. And, I happen to know that they got prosecuted for fraud for applying for the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. And that's when it was put out in the news that they actually lived in Seattle. And they weren't entitled to that. And I believe they had to pay a bunch of that back. But they're not poor. They were paid very well for that reality TV series.
Yeah.
And it was all imaginary.
Yeah, all reality television is imaginary. It's all scripted.
How do people watch that shit?
Oh, I'll tell you why. You know what? It's at the age where you are. And I take this back now. I got to quote Hitler. But, he said, you know what? If you want to get the adults, you get the children. And so then you start programming toward the children, because the children at those critical ages will believe what it is that they're told, and depending on how it's told to them. But when you get the children, those children will grow up to be who you want them to be. And that's how America operates. So there is a time, and okay, it's like when you and I were growing up, what were the cartoons?
Tom and Jerry.
And
Quick Draw McGraw,
well, yeah, and
Popeye.
you know,
Okay, where are you?
no, I'm with you, but there was also Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes. Oh God, yes.
Because I mean, Looney Tunes goes back in the ages, man. It was like so long ago that they used people's names on there that I'd never heard of, like Wendell Wilkie. And then I found out who Wendell Wilkie was. He had ran for president, I think 3 or 4 different times and lost every time. And that's why they would say, like, well, I sure ain't Wendell Wilkie, because I mean, he was a big name, but he never got that, election. He was like the guy who just never made it as the president. Yeah, Mickey Mouse, Scooby Doo. When I was little, actually, man, I kind of remember. God, hang on, let me remember the name. Puff the Magic Dragon. No, not Puff the Magic Dragon. What was the other one?
Yeah, I don't know. This is
Hey, no, man. HR Puffin stuff.
Oh,
HR Puffin stuff. You ain't got a little bit. You
a
ain't
little-
got enough. It was drug oriented. But it's like Scooby Dooby Doo. What's his middle name? Think about it. What'd he do? Him and Shaggy were, all the time laughing and getting into shit and eating giant sandwiches. So would I if I just finished a doobie, by the way. But that was the whole of that was part of the programming back then. And then it was the 60s, and all of it was a couple of things, man. Sex, drugs, rock and roll, man. You get the children, man. You get the children into this. That's what the music was about. That's what the cartoons were about. That's what was subtly placed into the sitcoms at that time. And you've seen the changing. Now, if we go back into the 1970s in Taxi Driver, there was the shot of, God, what's her name? Jodie Foster, who was just always so hot. God, you know what? She was so good looking, but I would have tried to kill Reagan for her. I never would have did that. But she was good looking. And God, I don't know. And her and I are just so much alike in our sexuality. I mean, we both like the same thing. What?
Isn't she married to a woman now?
Yes, but that's what I was alluding to. Her and I are the same sexually. It's I would probably find great fancy in her wife, I'm sure. But probably not as much as Jodie. But anyway, the side of the point. They had that nude shot in Taxi Driver of her, man, and she was very young. And at that time, I mean, I remember looking back at that time when I was that age in the 70s. I thought that there would be a day that upcoming where like porn was just on television. I thought that it was going to go to a level like that because, I mean, I'm thinking like a young guy and I'm thinking, how cool would it be just to turn porn on? You see where I'm at? But
you
then
can get it right into your keyboard right now.
Do what?
You can get all the porn you need.
Yeah, but
your keyboard.
Yes,
right
but my thought was never that I would have a computer and be just sitting there watching porn. I mean, because when you can just pull it up on like Pornhub or something like that, it gets a little lackadaisical. I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't even care. I mean, yeah, sure. There was a day when I wanted to see midgets do it. Of course, who didn't want to see midgets do it? For the love of God.
Me?
Yeah, I'm kidding around there. I never watch midget porn. I don't watch anime or any shit like that. But the point is that that's how it looked at that time. And I seen that things were becoming freer. You see, that we was gaining more liberty, like to that, because that's what my thoughts were at that time. I mean, I wasn't old enough to actually make a determination about what reality really was. So I thought that that was the direction that things were going in. That like the censoring was lightening up and that things would be freer and this and that and so on and so forth. And then, looking back at that, man, I look back at that time now in comparison to today's movies and I'm like, you know what? There are things they did back then that they would do. Man, if you look at like Falling Down, and I watched the thing about that last night, they was talking about him because he was a madman. Now, in the movie, he was kind of Donald Trump. He was that Donald Trump character. A gang comes up and starts fucking with him, man. He grabs something and starts beating the fuck out of him with him and keeps going about his way. This person tries to do something, man. He fucking because, and I loved his character. I thought it was a great movie. I thought it was a fantastic movie. But they made the whole thing that, well, the guy was nuts. Yeah, clearly he was. He had enough. And I think that that's not really being insane. I think that he had enough. Because when he's in the ammo store and he's talking to that neo-Nazi guy, you can tell that he don't like that neo-Nazi guy. He don't like what he's saying, but he's another part of the problem. Because they was pointing at it to it like, well, today that would be considered racist because he, shot the guy that was blah, blah, blah race. I'm like, well, wait a minute. He was on the defense there. I mean, they came up causing the problem. It's not that he was racist because he had the same exact views toward the Nazi. The thing is the guy had enough. He didn't want anymore. He was over it. You know what? If you're standing in my way, I don't give two fucks or a shit. I'm going to stomp you in the ground or kill you, one or the other. But guess what? I'm fucking going home. I've had enough. He got out of his car, man. He's walking down the fucking interstate. People are honking at him. He just keeps going. Great movie. In fact, if you never watched Falling Down, go watch it. It's got Michael Douglas in it. Fantastic movie.
Yeah.
In fact, man, probably one of the best movies he's ever been in. I did like War of the Roses, though. That was funny as well. That was good, man. I like dark comedies.
So do I.
Like The Exorcist? You know what? That shit was fucking hysterical. I laughed my fucking ass off through that movie, man. In fact, I might go watch it again right now. No, I'm quoting.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Off the wall.
Off the wall. Okay.
Off the wall.
All right, throw it at me.
Say we get through the coronavirus.
Yep, that's my hope.
Yeah, that's my plan. I'll fight for it. And all these companies have to recover.
Yeah, that's got to happen.
How would you start recovering the brand of Corona beer?
You know what? I mean, that falls into like advertisers because there's always a way. There is always a way. You know what? You can make Corona beer. Now, it depends on the depth. It depends on how far they push the big scare. But it's like if it goes away and everything recovers, you could say, we're Corona, but we're not that Corona. Hey, we advise you to get a Corona, but please take it with lime. It's one of those things that advertisers, that's in the back of their head all the time. How to sell something, man. You get the negativity, spin the negativity, because you always got to have things looking good for you. How would you recover from Corona beer? I don't even think that they've taken a hit, man.
They have here where in the locale where I'm at.
Yeah, that's because they shut the bars down. Yeah.
No, I mean in 7-Eleven, all the 7-Elevens sell alcohol, and at least they sell beer. And I don't drink a lot of beer, and when I do, I drink good beer. Have a lot of
good
Corona, beer. Yes, no, but the Corona beer is not selling. It is stuck full right now, where other kinds of beer are selling, and that's just odd.
Well, odd, yes. However, let me remind you of something that you told me. Person talking about transmitting it via the phone. Now, now we talked about that because I made the point of, if you pick up somebody's phone that has coronavirus, and you're talking on their phone, you could certainly contract it to that. But you can't catch it by talking to somebody on the other side of that phone. It doesn't go through the air, man. You can't get a virus like that. But let me tell you, people are dumbed down to a degree that they will believe it. You've heard of a computer virus? Yeah. Corona. That's how people think. That's how people think. But it's only...
And that was truly a Facebook question.
Yeah, precisely. And again, people are to that degree that, hey man, why do you think they call it Corona? You can get it through the beer, man. It's made from the Corona fruit. Oh shit! I see. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's where the virus came from. Was the Corona fruit, man? It's fruit borne. Oh man. Okay. No different than the love bug that you get on your computer. Fruit borne. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, my world just changed. People are dumbed down to a degree that they'd buy that shit in a minute if told. I can tell you right now, you give me one day, you know what? That's what I need to do. After the virus is gone, after everything's clear, I'll take my Sony Handycam into Kokomo and I'll line up on a street corner and I'll have a sign that says, answer a question, online. We'll be on a YouTube show. So people will come up, man, and I can tell them something, true or false. True? You would be amazed at where people would go with that. You watch people with like on the street interviews. Oh, some of that's crazy. Like Mark Dice. Have you ever heard of him?
Yes.
Some of his stuff is hilarious, man. And I mean, I like that because it really is real. It's kind of like a real spin on that. I mean, the people ain't told to say that. But if you ask enough people over the course of time, you're going to get some really odd answers because people won't know. And they won't have any fucking idea. Yeah, I could go ask 100 people who's on the penny. Is it Nixon? You would be amazed of who would say what because they have no idea unless they're looking at a penny. I don't know. Is that my grandfather? I don't know. Who is it? People wouldn't know because they're never fucking told. And what you're never told, it's not that you're stupid. You're uneducated on it. You're in ignorance of the truth when you don't know it. And that's the way I look at most people, that it's not that they're stupid, they're uneducated. They're ignorant on these things because they was never told. Now, I was trying to explain to Greeno most of what I've been speaking about tonight. And he's looking at me like, so? No, I don't care. Well, the economy folds. I mean, so what? I mean, and that's how he looks at it because he has no idea of what would happen if the economy collapsed. He has no concept of what would really happen. Okay, the economy. Oh, okay, so because it's like he ain't got $1 in his pocket. I mean, what difference is it going to make to him? That's the way that he views it. He don't see the ramifications of it. That if the American economy just fucking totally went to shit, the whole world would be fucking dead, man. Within 3 months, there would be no way. There would be no farmers. The fucking surplus would be gone. People couldn't be fed. And people would quickly realize when they're in this cage that, oh, those buildings over there, like when they take you over there, you don't come back. Either A, you work really good and work makes you free, or you don't come back. That's the fucking reality that I look at. That's what I see is really happening. That they're going to have a couple of places to go, and neither one of them is going to be where you want to be. And that's the real reality of the division. That's the reality of the big show. That's what comes along with believing the big picture. Because when you follow the programming of what's going on, it's all put there for a reason. Look, billions and billions of dollars go into the Hollywood industry. With those people that make these shows, billions and millions of dollars that they get paid to edit this and make it just exactly right. Just to make that little twist, just to make you see things the way they want you to believe them. Everything is like that. Nothing escapes that. It's like the Matrix, man. It's like Morpheus said. The Matrix is everywhere around you. It's in everything that you see. It's outside your window right now. It's in your dreams when you sleep, but you can't see it. That's because it's never explained that everything that's happening isn't the reality. It's only the reality as to how it happens to us. The real reality of how it came to be, if we take the news for it, we believe it. Do I believe it like that? No. I know that this shit was ordered to happen. It was set up to happen. It was created to happen over time, that we would slowly be adjusted to a mental degree, that we would accept it as a reality. but it's not the real reality. And that's the way I look at this virus. Is it real? It may be. It very well may be. And it very well may kill 1% of everybody who contracts it. That could be the real reason. But I hold to the back of my brain, and I want others to believe that I don't really see everything like that. And I don't see this as being that. I'm not fearful of the virus. If I was to catch it, I got it. Okay, cool, man. I hope that the long-term consequences aren't severe. But do I believe that it's really real? I'm not seeing it yet. Now, if I do see it, then I'll say, okay, it is real. I acknowledge that. But sitting here right now, I can't say that it's real. Not until I see some ramifications, not until I start seeing people with it that, man, I got corona. You know, I'm hospitalized, man. I'm fucking in here fighting for my life. Then I would say, okay, this has a reality. This can hit anyone and it can hurt certain people. That would be the reality of it. But right now, I got to question it because I'm already duly aware of the big show. I already know that the big show is real. I already know that people run the big show. So I don't buy the news. I don't buy the topic matter. And I don't buy what it is that they say is the real reality. And I think that people
Now,
that
let me
do
ask you this.
are programmed to believe it like that because that's how they were brought up to believe. You know, you got your genetics, then you got the environment. Well, in the environment we grew up in, and you before me by a couple of years, but you know, it's like the reality that we grew up in is different than the reality that a kid our age at that time is growing up in now. It's way different. It's two sides of a different coin.
Oh, and I agree. But let me ask you this. What do you think the general reaction would be if people actually found out and believed that this virus was a hoax? How would the public react?
Yeah, you know what, that's hard to answer. And I say it for this reason. It's never going to come out that it is a hoax because one, it's global. Okay, every country is selling it. Every country, man. And you look at the people that contracted it from all these different countries. Now, I can't say that people in Italy aren't sick, that they don't have corona. But then again, I'm only hearing this from people on the news. I'm not hearing it from the people living in Italy right now. The people that they're talking to in Italy right now is talking about it being on lockdown, that this virus is spreading. Are you seeing the virus? Do you know people that's caught the virus? Have you lost anyone close to you? That would be my questions. But that ain't the ones that they ask on the news. And that helps me to believe that it may not be real. Or if it is real, it may just be the flu bug and nothing more than that. And they're making something really big out of nothing for a distraction for something else, like a global economic reset. You know, there are different degrees of how I take it. Well, I know that they take X amount that's real. I know that they spend that X amount into how they want you to think about it or see it. I know sometimes they just state absolute shit and call it real. So there's different levels of what's real in the news. Now, if what was the question? Hang on. Yeah, go ahead with that question one more time.
Public would react.
Ah, yes, right, exactly. Thank you. It's never going to come out one. If it did, it would be by like me or somebody like me, somebody that's telling them like, you know what? I never seen it. I never seen anybody, never knew anybody that had it. Never seen them. Now I heard them talk about it on the news like it was real and some people died, but hell at that time anybody that died, it was going to be corona because that's how the news was going to make it sound. So if it was, it would be like saying, well, what would happen if everybody was told that it's all a big show? Most of them wouldn't give a fuck. Okay. Cool enough. Hey, I'm happy flipping burgers, man. I make a good living. I don't give a shit. It's a big show. Okay, fantastic. Yay. Who's running for president? I'm going to go line up to vote for him. They're going to change America. Yay. That's America. Some people wouldn't give a fuck. Some people would take that news just like Greeno was taking like what I was telling him. So? Well, I don't understand. And well, what are you getting at? Well,
They just don't think about it.
well, no,
Think in those terms.
it's the fact that people his age aren't programmed to think about it. They're programmed to give a fuck less. Well, that don't affect me none. Okay, they reset the economy, so the economy's reset. Yay. You know, I mean, and that's how people look at this shit. Like, it's okay, well, that's fine. But they don't see the real reasons, man. They don't look back at history. This shit, like that, what we're looking at right now, if it was to go the wrong way, it's fucking game over. So much so that within so many months, there wouldn't be internet. You wouldn't be able to leave the house. You would be on lockdown. It would be martial law. There would be no money. You would lose your house. They would foreclose. You couldn't pay your rent. Everything would break down. There would be riots. National Guard would be deployed. There would be those FEMA camps that I talked about for years set up because that's where you got to go. If not, you're an armed combatant and you will be killed on sight, however you want to play it. They'd tell you that from the helicopters. Either A, come out and be fucking numbered in, or B, you will be killed. We're going house to house. We will kill you on sight. You may be carrying the deadly invisible scare. You know, that's how this is looking to me. Because it's one of two things. Either A, it's going to clear up and go away, and it's going to be for a bigger reason. It always is. It's not about the virus. It's for a different reason other than the virus. I don't believe just the virus. The virus could be real, and it may not be all that bad. You know, I mean, 1%. My God, man. I want you to think 1%. Well, 1 out of 100 people are in poor health, especially the elderly. You know,
and they're going to die anyway.
Yeah, and they could die of the flu by the same means, exactly the same means as the corona. So why are they like melting the world economy over it? It's the flu, man. I mean, like, okay, if you look at the 1918 Spanish flu epidemic, that wiped out millions of people. Well, how many people are dying from corona? Not very goddamn many. I'll tell you that right now. Not very many at all. I think it's very far in. Look, man, if somebody was to get corona, I'd say, you know what? You'll probably be fine in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's what I intend on doing, is going home, going to bed, and getting up when I have to eat, if I eat, and taking care of the basics. And maybe that's what it's all about, getting people back to the basics instead of, you know, all this asset run. And we talked about that another time. You know, I worked very hard for a lot of years so I could enjoy retirement. And that's all it was. It was driven into me from a very young age that that's what you do. And so here I am. And, you know, I don't know. I don't trust the news. I need to see some evidence that this thing is what it is. And I have some serious doubts about all the other things that are going on, because I think it morphed into an economic issue. It didn't start out that way, possibly, but now here we have it. It's wrecking the world economy.
Yes,
and
but
how we're going to come
that
from that, I don't know.
That right there is, I mean, and again, that's how I break that down. We're given one reason for it. Okay, if it was the flu, and oh well, you know what? It's flu season, so you know, if you get really sick, go see your doctor. Okay, there it is. But when they throw it on the media that this is doomsday, this is going to destroy everything. This is global meltdown. This is severe panic. Fucking emergency war powers enacted. Everything shut the fuck down. Well, how do you recover from that? You don't. Look, man, I'll put it to you like this. Say It lasts, and after they close Vegas, every other big city starts shutting down. They start like putting it on lockdown, curfew. People will start fucking going crazy real quick. They know that. They know exactly how people will react. Now, all right, these people are out of a job for a long time. Well, is the company going to still be there when they get back? I mean, the people have to spend the money from the company? How many companies will be lost over this? Probably a
There's going to
multitude.
be a lot.
And that's going to be a part of the bigger hit. Well, when you're over 22, now 23, maybe 24 trillion in debt you got to pay interest on, how do you recover from that? You don't. How do you get all the jobs back to people? How do you do that, man? I mean, how? I mean, you can say Trump can say, "Oh, well, we got big jobs coming in, big jobs. So, you know, we're bringing this back, and there will be jobs. You'll see, we're going to have big, huge numbers, because that's what Trump does, and people like that, and people will believe it, and people will go with it. A lot of people will go for the handouts. People will, people look. If it gets like that within a couple weeks, anybody out there, most of them would fucking like pull a gun on somebody to get a sandwich. They wouldn't give a fuck, because when you got billions of people and all of them are hungry, believe me, anything and everything that could be ate will be ate, and people will kill for it, because that is the level of humanity that we're looking at.
And Michael, with that, I am going to say good night.
Well, I've been talking for almost 4.5 hours.
Well, it's always entertaining.
Well, thank you.
And I know you're not out there to entertain, but you certainly make me think.
Well, I'm glad I do that. I mean, it is always good for everybody to think. Remember, don't stop thinking.
No, now don't make fun of me. You always make me think about the deeper issues.
No. Listen,
and I have to research the issues.
Well, hang on, wait a minute. I wasn't talking to you there. I was talking to the general people. Don't stop thinking. I wasn't talking about you. I was telling people, I said, yes, there's the point. I mean, don't stop thinking. You know, always keep your brain open to what's real and what may not be real. And
exactly,
I think that people are so divided and split into factions of Republican, Democrat. I believe this. I don't believe that. I believe this. I don't believe that. I don't like this person because they believe that way. I believe this way. People have become very divided. When it used to be, we used to be under one big flag, that we were all free, and that I was free, you was free, and as long as I didn't impose upon your freedom, you wouldn't impose upon mine. That was the big picture at one time. Today, that's long gone. Today, it's about handouts and the big circus, and people want to believe the big circus
programs.
Do what?
Entitlement programs.
Yeah. Yes.
So I know. I've fought that battle, and they're a hard battle to win against entitlements, because once you put money in someone's pocket, they believe that they're entitled to it. And to make those programs go away, and Obamacare is one of the biggest ones. It's a program that now people believe that they're entitled to, and it's going to be very difficult to end that, if it ends at all. So anyway, I am going to let you go. It's always an experience, and I was not prepared, but I think I helped.
You was like Trump.
What?
You was like Trump. You know who you should try to be like? Is man, I can't remember his name. He was on the movie Hoodwinked, the goat. Did you ever watch Hoodwinked?
No.
Yeah, you need to watch Hoodwinked. At least just watch the part with the goat, the Be Prepared song. Oh, that shit's fucking hilarious. That is hilarious, man. God, man. You know what? I watch that clip about once every 2 months just because it's so damn funny. Remember that.
Well, I will.
Anyway, man, he was singing about being prepared. So I will leave you with that song, man. Be prepared. Be prepared. Something scared. Something. Well, whatever. But anyway, that was a great clip of the movie. Watch it sometime. Well, put in goat song, hoodwinked. Be prepared. You'll love it. You'll laugh your ass off.
Well, maybe I need to do that before I go to sleep.
Yeah, you know what? It would. It'll give you good dreams, and it'll help you to be prepared too. Okay. Because you know what? Listen, man, I just checked the futures market earlier, and I'm going to do that right now. Hang on one quick second. Because it was up 460 points earlier. Now, if that's an indication toward tomorrow, that would be nice. I would love to see some green in the market. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, now it's down 562. Federal Reserve to shore up prime money market funds amid Wall Street rout. Yeah, well, that's really good. That right there kind of puts a little bit of writing on the wall, doesn't it?
Yeah, rain's on the parade.
Yeah, well, there it is. The bread and circus is maybe over, people. The days of handouts and this and that might be gone. In fact, this time in a couple months, we'd probably be looking back at today as the good old days.
I hope not, but it is a possibility because I don't know which direction. I wouldn't even know where to start. I wouldn't even know where to start. And with that, I'm going to say goodnight.
Okay, could you hang on a quick second?
Absolutely.
Okay. I want to thank all 12 of you for being here. You know what? Thanks for being here. It does support my channel, you just viewing. I realize that there ain't a lot here, but this wasn't really made for normal subscribers. That's what I said right off the go. I realized that people that were looking into the Delphi murder case, this wasn't about that. I just wanted to get my thoughts out. And if anybody actually sat there for 4.5 hours, damn. You know what, man? I need to send you something because that's awfully damn nice of you. And I know, Radar, I think you did actually. So thank you very much for staying here with me. And with that, I am signing off. Thanks for staring at an empty chair. Loves, hugs, and kisses and shit like that from Michael and Wolf. Peace, and I'll see you soon. Later, everyone.